Sorry, I just saw. Is this ninja music? I hope to God there's no nunchuck beats or the BBC will have your ass. Thank you, Shark. Hello, O512. If I wanted to read, I'd go to a stream. Hello. So, it's been a long, exhausting week, so fuck it. We're going straight in. We're just going to read some Sega Magazine. Issue 3. Hold on. For those who are unaware, here we go. So this is a UK-based magazine that's sort of spun off from Mean Machine Sega. Like, it had some of the same staff, and apparently ate into Mean Machine Sega's sales, which I'm sure was unfortunate. We read the first 2 issues previously, and they've been a little unhinged. The last issue is full of the word smart for reasons I still don't fully understand. But hopefully this will be a little more sane. And hopefully it's showing up all right. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay. Magazine for Birdley. It is. So, this is Sega Magazine, issue number 3 from March 1994. Britain's only official... Oh, we don't know what it is. Exclusive, real, 32-bit Saturn screenshots inside. Streets of Rage 3, incredible 4-page preview. Wait, Subterranea? That's the cover... Okay. the Blaster of 94 exclusively revealed. Full CES show report inside. Britain's only official, the only one. Yeah, Jaz Rignall was only here for the first 2 issues, and then he left. I'm gonna do my best to keep up with chat. I can't promise anything. So hold on, let me. No, wait. Oh, hold on, wait. No, hang on, wait. No, I can fix this. Okay, so if we do this, no. Hold on. Fuck, how do I do this? Okay. There we go. So we'll try and show the double spreads when we can. Please seek person of interest in the Blaster of 94 case. Good. I think we read this one last time, but Burkamp, Boggio, Popin. So you know your goal scorers. Mathos. Oh my god, no. But did you know that Dixon stocked the Premier football games? And also Domark's F1. Don't forget that. That's really important. Is my mouse showing up? Should be. Hold on, let me check something. Where's the reader view? Nope, that's Read Long Jams. Capture cursor, okay. Did you know Dixon's coming soon to a YouTuber near you? Yeah. Hi Incident, hi Electric Boogaloo Funk, do me a favour, plug me into a Sega. I emphatically do not know my goal scorers, understood. Anyway, you'll be over the moon at Dixon's. So as they say in this funny old game, if you don't pop along to Dixon's for your sports games, you'll likely be as sick as a parrot. Sports jokes. So what have we got? We got some interesting Mega Drive reviews. Ren and Stimpy, NBA Jam, Normie's Beats Baby-Rama, Skitchin and Prince of Persia. Yes! Yes! Mystery Mansion. You know what this game is? This is Mansion of Hidden Souls. Yes! And we got a showcase on it! It's a Mega CD title. There's a mansion in it along with plenty of mystery, as the title suggests. Read all about it on page 48. Oh my god. Mansion of Hidden Souls. Yes! We also got the Master System version of Road Rash, which is supposed to be very good. And Aladdin on the Game Gear, whatever. So, we got a couple of previews. We got the regulars. Hold on, what's going on here? Hold on, wait. No, I don't want to zoom in on that one. I want to... Okay, there we go. Got there in the end. Sega Magazine is the first game mag to check out Streets of Rage 3. But, but why is it black and white though? Probably playing 64th Street. Is that security camera footage? They had to break into the Sega building to bring you this exclusive. Is this found footage? Probably. Electronic Arts, quote unquote, do up Road Rash. Put it on skates and increase the car's memory by 100%. What? Skitching is the result, and rather pleasing it is as well. Let's see. Welcome to Cinepack is revolutionizing Mega CD games. The most ambitious Cinepack game yet. Oh god, Tomcat Alley. Skitchin mentioned. Destroy this bootleg copy of Streets of Rage 3, we'll fucking kill you. Comic games. A 4-page feature on comic characters who've ended up on the Mega Drive and Mega CD in their own games. Whoa, hold on there. The excitement is too much. Are you... But that's your feature. Why are you talking it down? Saturn Visual Digest! we got Jeff to cook this up for us. What the fuck? Oh my god. Hang on, wait a minute. We gotta see that in full. Let me see if I can. Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. It's close enough. Jeff hit up 1994 Blender and started cooking. Jeff is a police sketch artist. Good job, Jeff. Jeff Putty. Cheers, Jeff. Jeff. Can't wait for Panda. Oh yeah, that guy's doing the double switch thing, isn't he? Good for them. Couldn't have done it without you, Jeff. Appreciate you, Jeff. Welcome to issue 3 of Sega Magazine. It has been something of a momentous month in the annals. That's 2 N's. Ha 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 ha. That's an anal joke of Sega gaming. First of all, I'm packed off at the crack of dawn one dark January morn to Las Vegas to check out the latest CES show. Check out the full report in the news section. When I get there, I only discover some of the greatest Sega-related info ever. I suppose the best discovery of all was Sega's Saturn project. From what I saw of the machine and the games on it, Sega owners have plenty to look forward to. I still can't believe how close Virtua Fighter is to the original coin-op. Translator's note. Coin-op means coin-operated, in other words, an arcade game. Of course, we've got plenty of exclusive real Project Saturn screenshots for you to check out. Did you know Dixon's? Japan got its own exclusive Dixon's that was considered too hard for British customers, so a chain of electronics retailers known as Curry's Panic was released to the country instead. Thank you, Clip the Jester, for going long for that joke. In this house we love Jeff. Project Saturn real. Yeah, that Clip's joke belongs in the Louvre. It needs to be framed. Speaking of coin-ops, Sega are also making some serious advancements in this territory as well. We've got a full report on the incredible Daytona racing in our news section, as well as news on AS1, the latest and largest hydraulic coin-op from Sega. As usual, we've got a load of incredible reviews and informative showcases, plus a range of stunning previews. We were the first to see Streets of Rage 3 in action. We also bring you the lowdown on what is bound to become a Mega Drive classic, Subterranea, an incredibly playable shoot-em-up that took the CES by storm. The only... Oh! Uh-oh! Oh yeah, it's the Digital Foundry guy in younger days. The only bad news this month concerns our Virtua Racing exclusive. Due to the fact that it is now not coming out until June, we were unable to bring you the exclusive review. There's a full explanation somewhere in the news section, but rest assured, closer to the time we'll bring you an absolutely astounding Virtua showcase, with all the programmer interviews, specs and info that only we can provide. Until that time, you'll have to make do with some of the other superb stuff we've got lined up for you. Richard Ledbetter. More rad automatic chief yapper of Yapsville. I believe he's doing the Micro Machines review, so we'll see. This month, poor old Rich has been suffering from nausea and fatigue. He's sick and tired of having to come into work every day now Jaz has made his stawny break. If your break is stawny, I'd see a doctor about that. Luckily, the rest of the staff are ready to rally around to all his work for him, make him nice cups of tea, tuck him in, and read him a bedtime story. 3 Billy Goat's gruff, if you must know. They've also managed to cover up for most of his delirious phone calls to software houses begging for a job in Barbados. Executive stress, eh? Sam's just been getting settled in over the past few weeks, setting up her collection of totem poles, shrunken heads and blood-smeared sheep skulls. Yes, small-town country bumpkin Sam hasn't quite adjusted to the ways of the big city yet, and still mistrusts her word processor, firmly believing it to be the devil's work. At least that's her excuse for never doing any flipping work. What a month it's been for Rad! After foiling a terrorist plot to destroy the space shuttle, Rad was able to fly to the moon and back as a reward. Upon his return, Rad won the Nobel Prize for Literature for his Sonic 3 showcase. I read that showcase. I would give it a kind of prize, but not the Nobel Peace Prize. Something akin to the Razzies, I think. Before discovering a host of magical powers which rival those of the very gods themselves. Oh, alright, we made all that up. Rad hasn't got any friends, you see, so we thought he'd make him feel a bit better. I almost feel bad for him now. The No Prize for Literature. Tom's been working flat out this month. Sorry, that should be working at being flat out this month, as his daily routine of sleeping till noon shows. The other Sega Mag types are quite willing to test the old saying and see whether Tom will indeed be late for his own funeral. Unfortunately, a passing police officer stepped in. Tom, however, swears he functions by quantum mechanics and is actually about 14 hours early for the next day. Yeah, sure. Who else do we have on the team? Jeff. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. I can barely read this. Oh, there's Jeff. That's the guy. Jeff's recent schedule has been one of torture. This, of course, is not unusual. I mean, you name it, he'll torture it. Animal, vegetable, mineral. Give him some ground glass and a set of red-hot needles and Jeff's in heaven. However, this time the booty is on the... Okay. The booty is on the other foot. Sorry, I'm taking this in. And our art master's young gun is following in his father's footsteps and practicing sleep deprivation techniques. Lord knows what it'll be like when his junior MAME kit arrives. Tom Cox. Despite the perpetual work mountain that faces Tom every day, his month has been truly been one of utmost bliss. And all the pains of the previous 4 weeks were forgotten when Tommy C finally got to meet his hero, Arsenal bloke Ian Wright. After getting the vertically challenged soccer hero to sign his forehead, Tom quickly booked an appointment at the tattoo parlor to preserve the signature forever. An arcade? Question mark? Oh, gee, this is really hard to read. They must have switched the bold font on and not switched it off. I will do my best. Hello, Sam and Tom. In case you haven't noticed, there's a new addition to the team this month. Her name's Sam Hickman, and she's our new production editor, which means she gets to do all the jobs we don't like. Sam likes reading, musk, picking fights with sailors, large caliber handguns, the smell of rotting flesh, and knitting. Her ambitions are to travel and meet people and to invent a robot. I'm sure you'll all welcome her to the mag. Not that you've got much choice in the matter, to be honest, and congratulate her on being rescued from a life of poverty and petty crime by the benevolent Sega Magazine. And while everyone's in such a jovial mood, you can welcome our second stripling, young Tom Guys, pronounced Goose. Tom has joined us as a part of a Care in the a Care in the Community program, and has already learned how to tie his own shoelaces and mash his own bananas. Tom enjoys watching Rosie and Jim and drooling. One day, Tom hopes to be able to wipe his nose before all snot drips off his chin. Welcome to Sega Mag, Tom. Oh God, what is this? No, I don't want... Is Care in the Community program something we should know? What would the US equivalent be? I can't really think of one, but it's a deeply not good joke. Oof. Tasteful humour as ever. Full government name is Ian fucking Wright. Okay. Yeah, bad kerning. What is this font? What the fuck? Just say, yeah. Okay, well, we managed to get past that. But now we have Rad's top 5 office cliches. Yay, good. Intriguing. Wait, where's the word smart, you fuckers? Where is it? I know it should be there. Uttered by Rich and Rich alone, and accompanied by a cynical Roger Moore-esque eyebrow raising, can mean either very interesting or not at all interesting, so it's best just to smile and walk away. Sorry I'm late, a favourite of both Tom and Rad. This is generally mumbled to the floor at about 11:30, whilst attempting to shrug off a coat and pretend you've been there for hours. Spender. Another favourite of our illustrious editor. Originally a rather obscure and senseless mockery, the use of this word is elevated to the status of an art form, implying disdain and disinterest while at the same time saying, I didn't hear a word of what you said just then, so I'd better buy some time or I look stupid. What? I'll be done in 20 minutes. A regular exchange, although exclusively between Tom and Jeff. Of course, Tom operates on Zozo bar meantime, so when he says 20 minutes, he really means 4 days. Amazingly, Jeff has yet to catch on to this. Hold on. I don't like this. I don't like this. Yeah, no, that's what that joke meant. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't... Did they not say smart while in the office? Never thought I'd be thankful to Rad for saving us from ableist humour. Maybe they already had a smart jar instead. Monkey Boy, your mom rocket chimp Keith, that's you that is, used only under extreme duress when no other cliche will do, either as a retort or exclamation. This is an amalgamation of the most enduring phrases bandied about the office. It still sounds a bit sad though. Tom G's top 5 circus props. The Diablo. Take 2 sticks, connect them by a piece of string, and spin an hourglass object in the air with them, and there you have it, a Diablo. Who introduced them to the word Zozo bar? Did they make this up? Is this a joke? What? How? Total Zozo bar fun for only 16 quid. Not a con at all, and not to be mistaken for El Diablo, who is the devil. Total Zozo bar fun. Vomiting silent, vomiting noises. I'm an alien. Only the official Sega Magazine offers hatred towards the disabled. Keep the pout on all streams. Yeah, no. A unicycle. I haven't actually got one of these. Oh, good fucking work, Tom, guys. Nice copywriting. And I don't want one either. You know, I couldn't ride a bike without stabilised until I was 10, and then I got a grifter and tried to bunny hop onto a curb. Only it was too heavy and I broke my nuts on the handlebar clamp. Translator's note, that would be a rally grifter, a type of bicycle. Stilts. I haven't got... Christ. No, it's okay. We can get through this. It's fine. I haven't got any stilts either, but I'd love to have some. I'd walk around town with them on, hidden under a special long pair of trousers, and I chased after criminals using super strides, attacking them with my Diablo and juggling balls. People would call me Captain Stilts. We just hold on to each other and tell each other it's okay, we can survive this. They spelled it wrong twice? Translators note, what the fuck are you talking about? I take it back, we have not survived the editorial page. Trapeze. Actually, I don't know why I picked circus props for my top 5. It's just that I wanted to tell you about my Diablo and juggling balls, and I had to fill up the other 3 spaces. Rad says I should made one of them up. Riding bareback horse. Butthead. Now I have got some juggling balls. I was given them for Christmas, and to be honest, I can't stand them. I'm completely useless at juggling. When I first got them, I threw one straight into my grand's fire, and now it's all shriveled up. It makes me feel quite inadequate. A special tar for everything goes out from Rich to Virgin's Danielle Woodyat. Special no thanks to a certain individual who made Rich incredibly angry some time ago and is now in the process of bothering Sam in a similar intellectually bankrupt manner. What? No, it's fine. I'm going to ignore it. Yes, tar equals thanks. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I have to fill in space. Couldn't tell, mate. Yep, penis jokes. Official, yes. Also, it's your friend and mine, the Sega Pirate TV Skull. He's still here. Welcome to Las Vegas, the CES and what it is. If you're new to Sega Magazine, you won't know much about the CES show. CES stands for Consumer Electronics Show, and is held every 6 months to reveal to the trade everything new in the electronics field. Software companies use the CES to unveil the majority of their new products for the first 6 months of the year at the Las Vegas Winter CES show, whilst final half year, including the all-important Christmas market titles, are showcased at the Chicago Summer CES during June. Primarily a trade event, the video game industry uses the show to unveil their games while checking out the opposition. Super secret projects like Sega's new 32-bit machine and virtual reality are usually taken to the show, but are kept behind closed doors with only those deemed worthy invited to see them. So now you know. How many of these writers got the Cyber Razor cut? I think they need a Cyber Razor cut. See, yes, an event that will be important and relevant forever. Games you'll never see? Here at Sega Magazine, we should point out that some of the titles reported on here might never make it to the European market. This could be for any number of factors. For example, the company who produced the game may not have a European branch. Some foreign third-party companies may submit some of these games for release by Sega themselves over here, Capcom with Street Fighter 2 for example, but they may not release if Sega do not think the product is right for the European market. Remember that the demand for games in Europe is smaller than in the US, so Sega are selective about the titles that are released over here. Just bear that in mind. Don't worry, we'll get experts Europeans, all is well. We fucking didn't. We were spared. Sega of America showcased not one, but 4 32-bit titles on their stand at the CES show. We managed to get pictures of several games. Take a look at the following games and prepare to be amazed. Wow, that looks like it's on a really shitty arcade cabinet. This should look very familiar. It's Virtua Fighter, the 32-bit conversion of the coin-op we're giving away. What? Of the coin-op we're giving away this month. I guess there must be a competition later in there. The coin-op version of this stunning-looking beat-em-up was wowing the crowds at the CES show with its lifelike graphics and awesome effects. We managed to get a look at the 32-bit home version, as pictured here, and can report that it looks exactly like the coin-op. It's just as fast and fluid as the arcade machine, and will make for a brilliant debut title for the machine. Game 2. Saturn Soccer is basically the most realistic looking soccer simulation ever seen anywhere. Note that down. Our screenshots don't do justice to a game that can display utterly lifelike soccer action from any angle on the pitch. What is quite interesting to note is that each player is actually composed of polygons, and the console generates even more realism in the game by even plotting shadows for the players. Oh dear, the mag's already broke me. Where's the coin going? They're running it on a megalo, hastily taken with a camera. Coin up, what? Where's the coin going? No, I'm used to the phrase because it does seem to be a bit of European / UK nomenclature, so I can understand people not being familiar with it, but it was used frequently. Game 3. This particular 32-bit title looks most intriguing. Hold on, wait. Uttered by Rich and Rich alone, and accompanied by a cynical Roger Moore-esque eyebrow raising, can it either mean very interesting or not at all interesting? Aren't you telling on yourselves a little? The home port is exactly like the arcade game, says our top secret inside source at Sega, who added that they will never go to jail for insider trading. Trading. Good. No, you see, it's short for coin operated. That's where it comes from. This particular 32-bit title looks most intriguing, showing that the machine can take conventional video game genres and give them a whole new lease of life. In this game, you control an exceptionally well-animated robot that patrols platform levels. The thing is, the backdrop is a 3D world created by the machine, a world in which you have total freedom. The platform game genre suddenly looks a whole lot more interesting. What game are they talking about? What could they possibly be referring to? Oh, it's Clockwork Knight. He's not a robot. What are you doing? He's not a robot. How dare you? Okay, so let's re-get... Oh, jeez. Okay. The 32-bit machine shows that it can create 3D worlds on the fly in real time using its sophisticated Virtua-based polygon technology. If you can't see any polygons in the screenshots of this game, it's because we took a really bad photo. It's because of the custom texture mapping hardware which gives polygons an extremely realistic look. In this game, you control an airborne beast that flies around a brilliant 3D terrain. Beware the terror of the other flying beasts who patrol the airways with you. Sega's 32-bit machine officially unveiled. Drawn by Jeff. Remember that. It's operating on the coins of your mind. You can still put in a coin to make the vampire cap scream. Sega America officially unveiled their incredibly impressive 32-bit machine at the Las Vegas CES show, and they did it with real style, displaying the console and 4 stunning games on a massive video wall. From the look of the case, the machine, codenamed Saturn, has a CD drive, although very little concerning the actual innards of the machine have been officially unveiled by Sega. What you may have read in other magazines is a combination of hearsay and speculation. Here at Sega Magazine, we're going to give you the facts, and only the facts, as told directly to us by the people we know, and also our editorial section will have ableist jokes. Official! What we do know about the machine is that it is 32-bit, it has a sophisticated series of graphics and sound chips, and uses RISC technology. RISC stands for Reduced Instruction Set Chip. The machine code used to run RISC chips is faster and a lot more compact than conventional microchips. In the machine's graphical arsenal is it's like it's armed. Is a custom virtual processor. What? Unofficial magazine destroyed by facts. Airbrushed by Jeff on the side of an awful travelling funfair ride. I'm always bewaring the terror of the other flying beasts. The Saturn is armed and dangerous. Virtual processor, enabling the machine to produce graphics very similar in quality to coin-ops like Virtua Racing and Virtua Fighter. One of the games shown here also showcases 32-bits texture mapping facilities. This capability allows the machine to place sprites over polygons and change their texture according to the angle the polygon is displayed at. The question is, when will the 32-bit machine be released over here? At the moment, the spring of 1995 is looking likely. To be this risk takes... This is USS Enterprise suffers engine failure. Bad news for Star Trek fans. The Mega Drive interpretation of Star Trek The Next Generation will not be officially released in the UK. This initially surprised the Sega Magazine staff, who thought the game premiered at the Las Vegas CES show wasn't bad at all. According to Andrew Wright, Sega's software marketing manager, the reason that it is not being released is down to the cartridge configuration. Star Trek is a 16-meg cart with battery backup, and such a well-spec'd cart would have to be sold for $59.99, which doesn't represent value for money for a game that would probably have scored around 70 to 80% in Sega Magazine. Oh no. The MD Star Trek NG game won't make it to the UK. Oh no, I'm so gutted. Bad. Oh, is it region locked as well? Oh shit. Oh, they really didn't want people playing it. Sega only want to release state-of-the-art software like Street Fighter 2, Eternal Champions, and Streets of Rage 3 at this price point. However, Star Trek fans should be pleased to learn that a Mega CD version is still planned, which should be a lot cheaper. Expect this later on in 1994. That game did not get released. Star Trek is not coming out now over here. Sega Multi-Mega CES success. Push Eternal Champions. And yeah, there's the CDX, Eternal Champions to the Moon, baby. The people of my country cry out for Eternal Champions, says John Sega. Sega's new creation, Multi-Mega. If you see a lot of coverage about something called the Sega CDX in other magazines, be aware that you've already seen it here in Sega Magazine. You fool! How dare you read other magazines? We brought you the exclusive story, plus full tech specs in last month's issue. Don't be confused though, a CDX is the American name for the machine. It will be known over here as the Multi-Mega. If you were foolish enough to miss the last issue, you should know that the Multi-Mega is a Mega Drive, Mega CD, and high-quality portable CD player. Jesus Christ, why would you take this with you anywhere? You're spending 350 bones on it. Mother in 1994 money, Jesus Christ. All in one tiny package. Having tested out the machine, we came away very impressed with its performance. The Multi-Mega will be available in the UK during April, but if you want one, you'd better start saving up your £350 British now, because Sega inform us that supplies are strictly limited. Wait. No, it's them! Oh my god, they still haven't released the Ray collection on Switch, god damn it! Next month, we hope to bring you a totally unbelievable Multi-Mega competition, a compo that easily matches this month's Virtual Fighter giveaway. Stay tuned. If you wanted your TNG game fix, you had to buy a SNES. Buy Eternal Champions. Sega Amusements have just announced that they have the license to produce a coin-op based on Jurassic Park. They converted the most successful movie of all time into an Operation Wolf clone. Hey, fuck you! We've had a quick play on this new machine and came away exceptionally disappointed with it. Oh well, Sega's AS1 and Daytona Racing, see the feature later on, both looked stunning, so 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Oh! Hold on. Wait a minute. Nearly 30 years and I'm still waiting for my copy of Mega CD Night Striker Collector's Edition. The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. Capcom had a rather hefty presence at the CES show, revealing an all-new title for the Mega Drive. The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. It's another platform game, this time converted from another 16-bit system, which we won't name, where it enjoyed considerable success. As you can see from our screenshots, there's only one there. You even say a solitary spy shot of the Mega Drive version. The graphics are excessively lovely, and having given it to good play, we can reveal that it is a very pleasing title, although nowhere in the same league as a certain new platformer starring a spiky blue hedgehog. And before you ask, Capcom showed nothing of Super Street Fighter 2, although Cammy and Chun-Li were seen walking around the CES. There wasn't much fighting going on there. Oh shit! Did they have cosplayers, or is that a joke? So, Magical Quest didn't come out on Mega Drive. I know that the second one came out on Mega Drive. That was ported later. Yeah, 1cc has to be done on easy. It's not possible on normal. And is that who I think it is? Wait, come on, load up. Yep, there it is. SM Raiders, of course. Yep, Light Gun Master. Highly recommend taking a look at their channel and their playthroughs. But yeah, I don't think Magical Quest 1 came out on Mega Drive, so I don't know what the fuck this is. Spider-Man Returns, reported in the premiere issue of Sega Magazine, which I hope you're holding on to, is going to retain its value. Spider-Man is making his triumphant return to the Mega Drive courtesy of Acclaim, this time in a caper based on the biggest Spidey story ever, Maximum Carnage. I think this was just before the Clone Saga. The game was on display at the CES and manifested itself. It conjured itself up from the ether as a sideways scrolling beat-em-up with simultaneous two-player action. Hold on. That doesn't have co-op, does it? I thought it was one player only. One player takes on the role of Spidey, while her pal adopts the chilling mantle of Venom, Spidey's deranged arch-nemesis. In the story, the two team up to take on the most destructive serial killer ever to hit New York, the twisted spawn of Venom, Carnage. Because I know Separation Anxiety had co-op, but I don't think the first one did. Acclaim are also promising to include some 3D web-swinging action. Remember that since Venom has all Spidey's powers, he can swing along too. The original comic series also included some appearance from a whole legion of Marvel superheroes and villains, and Acclaim reckon that they've got them in the game too. They think. Man, imagine saving up your allowance for this game. A games magazine telling fibs? Never. Acclaim's famous game wizard would just produce awful licensed games with his magic powers with no input whatsoever. Ooh, it was shown at Winter CES as well. The Magical Quest, interesting. They think the game has the characters that they want. We're not sure. Listen, you can trust the scientists. Oh shit! Yes, another classic of the stream. Takara Unleashed Fatal Fury 2. One of the most successful Mega Drive beat-em-ups of 1993 was Fatal Fury, coded by the programming wizards at Takara. Well... They used the CES show to unveil their most impressive title yet, Fatal Fury 2. The game is very similar indeed to the coin-op, featuring enormous cat fighters and plenty of one-on-one beat-em-up action. It has all the characters, all the backdrops, and all the special moves of the original, and is looking most impressive. However, perhaps Takara have left it a little late. What with Street Fighter 2 and Eternal Champions out now, Mega Drive players already have access to two of the greatest one-on-one beat-em-ups ever. I would rather play Fatal Fury 2 than Eternal Champions. Oh, Jesus, no. Oh, I don't want to look at him. If only they knew about the debug switches, I know, right? We asked the game nicely if it would have the characters in it. All it said was maybe. Hashtag rise up. Oh, God. Okay. Robots get angry. Rise of the Robots on Mega CD, also not released, if I remember right. The CES show proved to be particularly fruitful if you're a big fan of graphically impressive Mega CD titles. Rise of the Robots has already attracted a great deal of attention on the PC, owing to its one-on-one beat-em-up action, replete with splendidly animated massive robots. The game is just about complete now, although it is clear that there's still some work to do on the speed and flow of the game, which is lacking compared to the top Mega Drive beat-em-ups. With a bit of work, this could be something really special. Cool. Like making a video game. Yeah, it attracted attention, alright. Cinepack reaches new heights with Tomcat Alley. Sega's Mega CD presence at the CES was formidable indeed. They revealed Double Switch, reviewed this issue, Prize Fighter and Dracula Unleashed to an impressed industry, and also unveiled Tomcat Alley. Tomcat Alley is an all-new Mega CD title that pushes the new Cinepack technology to its limits by creating full-screen, full-motion video, a stunt much attempted but never achieved effectively before. For the full story on Cinepack and the technology involved with exclusive specs, as well as an exclusive sneak peek at Tomcat Alley, turn to page 62. To take the potion from the desk, turn to page 15. To fight the orc, turn to page 99. Rise of the Robots has no vibes. Yeah, you know, I mean, as much as we joke about Eternal Champions here, Rise of the Robots is like way, way worse. Greed, corruption, and the Midland live cash deal. Joe 15 ordered his pizza for a penny pizza and then deceitfully asked his girlfriend to pay half the normal price. Joe, what the fuck is wrong with you? Sue got one of our free Mega Drive systems, then charged her kid brother a whopping £3 an hour to use it. Steve wasted all his cut-price cinema tickets in blundering attempts to impress his sister's friends. Carl took full advantage of our half-price Sega games offer, now leaves his room only for meals. Can you handle it? Opening a live cash account will bring you many things. Free gifts, competitions, big money off Sega, Nintendo and Amiga. But it can also bring out the worst in you. You have been warned. Find out more by sending us the coupon, or by asking at your nearest Midland branch, or by calling Don't Phone This number. The Listening Bank. Join our bank so you can spend all your savings on games. Yes, it's important to mention it, otherwise you get shit like categories titled Game Developed by Takara. Don't worry, I gave them shit for that cack, don't you worry. Yeah, no, I remember the aesthetic of the ad with all the devils, but I don't remember actually reading them. Anyway, kids, open up a bank account. Here, oh boy. Oh, Heroes of the World Unite. In the daunting shadow... Fucking goddamn it. In the daunting shadow of Eternal Champions, given the full show treatment with big stands, pin badges, the lot, Sega of America revealed the Mega Drive conversion of World Heroes. The game was originally a massive cartridge for SNK's Neo Geo range of coin-ops, and boasted Street Fighter-esque gameplay with the usual diet of special moves and different backdrops. Just like the superior Fatal Fury 2, the question has to be asked. Do Mega Drive owners really need a new one-on-one beat-em-up? Street Fighter 2 and Eternal Champion seem to have saturated the market quite nicely. Is there room over here for World Heroes? We're not so sure there is. The music was converted by Brian Schmidt, and it's... Yeah, I kind of like the soundtrack of Mega Drive World Heroes. Ooh. You all know what's up. Let's see. Yeah, you want smart. Yo, you're begging for smart now, aren't you? We all complained about it, and Sega Magazine took it to heart, and now they're punishing us. Yeah, the Mega Drive version of World Heroes is famous for being really bad. There are multiple conflicting stories about its development. It is claimed that the top programmer basically did a runner, but he denies that accusation. I think there's an GDRI Sega Midwest. Yeah, here we go. Wait till they describe Eternal Champions as smart, then nobody will be laughing. Just catching up with chat here. Okay. Very close to the coin-op indeed. No, it's not. Star Trek Deep Space Nine and a Mega Drive game is being developed around one of America's top TV shows. I like the concept of American, like the top TV shows. Like they've done the research. They've done the Q numbers are off the scale. In case you haven't seen it, it's the latest Star Trek series that centers around one of the busiest space terminals in deep space. We were given an exclusive peek at a very early version of the game and came away with loads of pics. And can report that the game does have some potential. It's a sideways scrolling arcade adventure. Translators note, arcade adventure would be something like the Dizzy series, in that there are action elements but also like inventory management. A recent example of an arcade adventure, at least one that was found, was that Animaniacs Game Boy Advance game, Hollywood Hypnotics. That's basically an arcade adventure. That enables you to control just about all of DS9's principal characters. The game sticks closely to the series, the levels of the station are supposed to be based on the original maps, and borrows plenty of plot ideas from the first series of the TV show. Translators note, series is what Americans would call seasons, as in the first season of Deep Space Nine. The game is still in the initial stages of production and may not be officially released in Europe, but should the situation change, we'll bring you the news. That's Dr. Bashir roaming around the DS9 to the left there. Ooh. I cannot fucking believe that they made that a Dizzy-like. That's so... That Animaniacs game is absolutely twisted. When are we going to get an action game based on our favourite telly show, Coronation Street? You'll have to make do with that fucking Mystery of the Hot Pot game, I'm afraid. Ooh... Oh, we got the triple crown of Neo Geo games. Art of Fighting on show. Fatal Fury 2 and World Heroes were both originally one-on-one beat-em-ups released for the Neo Geo. So is Art of Fighting, which has also been converted to the Mega Drive. Oh! Following negative criticisms about the game from Sega Magazine, Sega Europe have decided not to release the game in the UK. Yes, they did. I don't know whether Sega published it, but it did come out in the UK. It did come out in Europe. Although the fighting action in the game isn't really that bad, a lot of compromises have been made in the conversion, and basically, when push comes to shove, it just isn't half as good as Street Fighter 2 or Eternal Champions. Or the EastEnders Spectrum game, which is certainly a piece of interactive software. Perhaps Sega UK decided to start ignoring what Sega Magazine said about anything. You know, if I saw those editorial pages, I'd ignore them too. Virtual Racing suffers engine failure as well. We must apologise. Oh, okay. For announcing on last issue's next month page for the news that we were going to be reviewing the Mega Drive version of Virtual Racing this issue. The software is totally finished. Do excuse me. And in theory, we could have reviewed this stunning title this month, but Sega officially announced that they now plan to release the game in June of this year, which we felt was way too early of a review. The game has been delayed due to a lack of parts available with which to manufacture the sophisticated Sega Virtual Processor, the heart of virtual racing. There have also been a lot of There has also been a lot of pressure from both inside Sega and from Sega Magazine, we're taking the credit, to bring the cost of the game down by producing the expensive SVP inside a separate plug-through cartridge, so you only need to pay for the chip once. This has helped to contribute to the delay, but should it come through, it can only mean good news for Sega owners. That didn't happen. Do not fear though, because Sega Magazine still intends to bring you the exclusive lowdown on the groundbreaking game, with interviews with the programming team and exclusive SVP tech specs. With a bit of luck, expect to see this amazing feature in issue 5 or 6 of Sega Magazine. Personally, I'd prefer it if this magazine was cancelled, yet here we are. I have a sudden urge to purchase Eternal Champions, this hot new fighting game from Sega. I don't know why. Did Sega Magazine UK just lie to us? Oh yeah, no, I'm not switching. I'm not switching this pout off, I'm still mad. Virgin have this year's Aladdin. Having been behind the monster success that is the Sega version of Disney's Aladdin, Virgin Interactive Entertainment have announced that they have signed up the licensing rights to The Lion King, Disney's next animated tour de force. The film centers on the struggles of a young lion cub struggling through the trials of life to take his place as the eponymous Lion King. Virgin are hoping to produce a game that outstrips all their other Disney products in terms of graphics and playability. This is going to be big. Rebel Assault, Mega CD Magic? We made Sega Europe aware of our concerns before being escorted off the building by security. How did you get in my house, John Sega, in response to our questions about virtual racing? Struggling is truly the right word. It's safe to ignore about half of what Sega Magazine says. Thank you, Mackie. Truly she's wise. They certainly outdid themselves with the Lion King's playability. As reported in the last issue of Sega Magazine, LucasArts are currently developing top-rated PC CD-ROM blast, Rebel Assault for the Mega CD. The CES show allowed Sega Magazine to check out the game for a second time, having seen early work on the game last June. Graphically, as you can see from the Mega CD shots we managed to take, that's box art. You can't, no, that's box art. You can't say, whatever. The game is utterly amazing. LucasArts have managed to successfully capture the flavour of the Star Wars movies with some amazing set-piece animations. I think that might be a sign. Oh, hang on. There we go. Brilliant full-motion video and fantastic orchestral scores. In the playability stakes, though, plenty of work still needs to be done. The ships you control in the game were incredibly unresponsive. However, the programmers stressed that the game was still very much in development. When the snow level turned purple, they got a bit concerned. And although most of the animations and sound were in, there are still a number of gameplay problems that need to be addressed before the game's release. I'm sure they'll sort that out. Big robots and little dolphins. Oh no! Oh no! Oh fuck me! Cyborg Justice! Elite developers Novotrade, who created the top-rated Echo the Dolphin and Cyborg Justice, unveiled a new Mega Drive title at the CES that was most intriguing. Ah! We gotta go back! Intriguing can mean either very interesting or not at all interesting, so it's best just to smile and walk away. Oh yeah, this is the one that was cancelled. The game's title is Exo Squad. Basically, it puts you inside an enormous armoured suit and allows you to walk the sideways scrolling areas using multiple weapons. Systems to blast your way to victory. It's quite a laugh, as is the third-person perspective Space Harrier-esque subsection of the game. No official UK release date is forthcoming as of yet. Smart Jar is replaced with Intriguing Jar a month later. Yep, there's a... Oh, wait, what? Did it? I thought... Hold on. Oh, fuck me, it did. What game am I thinking of, then? There's something that's like... Whoops. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, I closed the magazine. It's almost like I was possessed by the devil. Okay. Oh, thank God we're back. Oh, I was scared for a second there. What? Oh, shit. There's something that's really similar that didn't get released. What was it? It was on the Mega Drive. What was it? It might have had Squad in the name? Stream taken down because it's over 10 minutes since you mentioned Eternal Champions. Close the magazine, suddenly it's all in C display X vision. Rescue! That was the one I was thinking of, thank you. Okay. You can see how I could get those mixed up, right? Right? It's not just me, is it? Is it? Anyway, I'm not reading US gold propaganda. We did it! Sega Magazine is no more... Oh, never mind. You got your own copy of this issue and found 4 mentions of Eternal Champions up to this point. No, they gotta push it. Battletech, it is utterly brilliant. Believe us, this is a fabulous game. One of the best games of CES was on display by a company who do not yet have a license to produce Sega titles in Europe. I noticed they're covering their asses a lot this month. The software house is Absolute Entertainment, and the fabulous game in question is Battletech. If you have only limited exposure to the planet Earth, you won't know that Battletech is one of the most successful role-playing board games in existence. Its staple diet of enormous robots, mechs, blasting everything in range makes for excellent video gaming stuff. The Mega Drive version of Battletech is an isometrically viewed shoot-'em-up that gives the player an enormous robot and hundreds of targets to blast, with a large variety of impressive weaponry. The viewpoint gives the game a kind of Desert Strike-esque feel to it, but we actually thought it was better, owing to clearer strategic gameplay, a larger range of weapons, and the ability to stomp all over smaller robots. Excellent stuff. Let's hope that it is released over here. Believe us, please. We're begging you. 24th of February. 3. A new generation of hedgehogs. Daytona Racing stuns CES show. Sega are definitely a force to be reckoned with on the arcade scene. Virtual Racing brought a whole new era of technology to the arcades with their Model 1 PCB. Virtua Fighter, which you are giving away this month, refined that technology and brought next-generation graphics to the tired beat-em-up genre. Hundreds of targets to blast. The only thing bigger than these mechs will be your profits! Yes! Now, Sega are ready to go one better. Their latest Model 2 technology was unveiled to the select few at the CES show, with the coin-ops scheduled to make its first appearance at the next London ATEI arcade show. Daytona Racing is just as fast and smooth as Virtual Racing, but as you can see from the screenshots we managed to get, the action is totally realistic. The effect is simply astounding. The demo we saw showcased a number of features. The intro was exceptionally amazing. First of all, we saw a simple Virtual Racing style polygon car. Then it began to pulsate, and the highly realistic texture maps spread all over the car, making it look just like the real thing. Then the same thing happened as totally realistic scenery sprung up around the motor. Incredible stuff. The only thing that even comes close to this is Namco's brilliant Ridge Racer coin-op, but Sega are confident that their Model 2 technology beats even that into the ground. Ridge Racer, you're done. Pick a spot, that's where Daytona's gonna bury you. For some time now, Sega have led the market with its innovations in coin-op technology. And being the official Sega Magazine, we aim to enlarge our coverage of Sega amusements and their latest products. Look out for a full report coming soon on Sega's next biggie, Virtua Star Wars. We've already had a glimpse of that one and reckon it's going to be hot. Even before it came out, it was Daytona vs. Ridge Racer. Love when my cars pulsate and textures ooze over them. Introducing Feel. Oh. Well, this is interesting. A couple of months ago, Sega Magazine journalists were invited to take a look at a brand new Mega Drive game from the creators of the awesome Gunstar Heroes. Feel is its name, and it's shaping up to be absolutely stunning. It was in the early stages of development when we first saw the game, and nothing was on display at the CES, but from what we've seen, we can confidently report that it easily matches GH in terms of polish and addictive gameplay. What's more, even though it's a platform game, it's packed with brilliant, utterly original features and superb graphics. They're talking about Ristar. They're talking about Ristar. Unless they've got it mixed up with Dynamite Heady somehow? I don't know what the fuck happened there. Win! Eternal Champions Tips Books. Out now from Virgin Publishing is the Eternal Champions Power Tips Book, a reasonably decent attempt, wow, to inform EC players of the various tactics required to beat the game with each of the 9 champions. It's a bit... This is the competition! This is what you're trying to sell people on! You don't sell the used car by saying, well, there's the stench of a dead body in there and there's all these bullet holes on it, but it's fine, probably. It's a bit small and thin, with poor quality pictures, but the information contained therein isn't bad. Even though a lot of it is found in the Eternal Champion Special Edition manual you'll get with the game. Jesus Christ, they weren't getting a call back from Virgin Publishing, were they? The cost? $7.99. However, you can possibly win one of 10 copies of the book. Just write the answer to the following questions on a postcard or sealed down envelope and send it to Eternal Champions Power Tips giveaway. Don't send anything to this address. We'll pull out 10 winners on 31st of March, so get sending. You'll count all of this as one, that's fair. A modest guidebook. They have to. Yeah, I think they got mixed up with Dynamite Heady, because there's no way. Which of the following is not an Eternal Champion, and is in fact author of the brain-rending bestseller A Brief History of Time? Shadow Yamamoto, Slash, or Professor Stephen Hawking? Answers in the chat, please. Ooh, Steed K-Cup. Oh shit, look at that. Mega realistic racing action with Sega's Daytona, the ultimate coin-op using Sega's Model 2 technology. What? Strangely named Blaster is great. Tengen Software had a couple of great titles on their stands, including the vastly underrated Gauntlet 4. That's the one correct thing I've seen all day. Also on show is an all-new vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up, which goes by the rather odd name of Grindstormer. Yes, Grindstormer. Strange, isn't it? Grindstormer is a graphically pleasing, vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up. However, what you can't see is that the game is in fact rather playable. Yes, we know we've all seen it before, but Grindstormer offers some excellent entertainment with its super smooth gameplay and range of devastating weaponry. It's very similar to the likes of Slapfight, Elemental Master, Raiden, and the Mega CD's Robo Alester. Tengen have a formidable presence over here now, so expect to see more of Grindstormer over the next few months. It did not come out in Europe. Strangely named Blaster is what they call me in middle school. Trick question, it's Larson. Yuki-chan's Papa, good. D, it's Wiz. It's obviously Shadow Yamamoto. Okay, well, how are these charts? Let's take a look. Aladdin, Sensible Soccer, Street Fighter 2. Ooh, more Sonic Spinball in 4th, okay. Robocop versus the Terminator, I see you. I see that. Lethal Enforcers at 5, okay. No Time Gal, though. My heart bleeds. We have to revive this joke, don't we? Take a look at the Game Gear charts. She's at it again. She can't be stopped. She's buying copies of Sonic 2. Again. Also, very funny, the Flintstones at number 9 on the Master System. If you're wondering what game that is, it's the Fred Must Paint the Wall game. The British, we fucking loved Sonic Spinball. Sega AS1 premieres at CES. As well as unveiling the incredible Daytona Racing, Sega Amusements also wowed the punters. Translator's note, customers. Yeah, basically customers. With the new AS1 simulator. It's their latest attempt at bringing even more realism to the arcades. A group of people cram inside the silver hydraulic casing and have their minds blown by some amazing graphics accompanied by the appropriate movements generated by the huge cabinet. Sega have included state-of-the-art graphics technology inside the machine, which are displayed on a massive monitor. Ooh, the Sorry, I got distracted. The only adequate comparison we can draw with AS1 is Namco's Galaxian 3. Ooh, clever. Smart even, which has graphics of a similar quality but lacks the realistic hydraulic action. I thought there was some little hydraulics in the original Wonder 1990 version. Should you chance upon the AS1 in your travels, check it out. In the meantime, feel free to exercise your right to peruse the screenshots we've decided to print. And yes, this is the one that's introduced by Michael Jackson. The British love three things: Hanna-Barbera cartoons, track and field style games, and tedium. So naturally the Flintstones for the Master System was a shoo-in. Galaxian 3 mentioned, yeah. Ring the punter bell, we have a use of punters. yeah, I can confirm that assessment about us is right. Aha! Here's the bit where you're flying about, blowing things up as only you can. Oh, here's the other magazine. A full month doesn't need to pass before you can get your hands on a brilliant Sega magazine. Please buy our sister magazine, please. Please. If you can't stand the agonizing wait of a month for the next edition of Sega Magazine, here's the perfect solution. Look out for Mean Machines Sega, Britain's best-selling Sega magazine. Available monthly, 2 weeks after Sega Magazine. Mean Machines features the latest in news, previews, and reviews. Mean Machines, by the makers of the Sega Magazine. Yep, you read that title correctly. Streets of Rage 3 is on its way. Just over a year after the release of Streets of Rage 2, Sega have unveiled the long-awaited third installment of their smash hit beat-em-up series. That's right, the third chapter. What's more, it's damn near complete and scheduled for an April release. Well, without a thought for our own safety, the Sega Magazine crew took to the tough London streets in a taxi and went to Sega's HQ to exclusively play the only copy of the game this side of Japan, and we even brought some pictures back for you. So, yep, this is the Japanese version. Kenji Sasaki worked on the CG and Scramble training. Oh! The Ridge Racer and Sega Rally guy, nice. You're trapped in the new world of Streets of Rage 3. 3, a new generation of bare knuckle. Familiar faces from the previous Streets of Rage games make their appearance throughout this latest episode. There he is, there's Ash! The new character, cyborg research scientist Dr. Zan, puts his deadly dash to good use. Ask any Mega Drive owner worth their salt what's the best scrolling beat-em-up series on the Mega Drive, and you'll only get one answer: Streets of Rage. It's not surprising, really. Each episode combines incredible graphics with a superb soundtrack and some of the most exhilarating beat-em-up action to be found in a console game or even a coin-op. Well, Streets of Rage 3 promises to be no exception. Clocking in at a massive 24 megs, the game boasts better graphics, better sound, better gameplay, and for the first time, gives you the chance to take different directions through the game, changing the plot as you go. And speaking of the plot, intricately designed robots, Axel on the run from the law, Adam battling it out against his old friend. What? What does it all mean? And just who is the mysterious Dr. Zan? All is revealed in the plot of Streets of Rage 3. Our story opens with Streets of Rage veteran Axel arrested for a crime he claims he did not commit. Unfortunately, though, he was witnessed in action by a number of people. Or was he? Enter the enigmatic Dr. Zan. He claims that it wasn't Axel behind the foul deed at all, but in fact an intricately designed robot created by none other than the Evil Syndicate, the criminal organization that caused so much trouble in the first two games. Convinced their friend is innocent, what the? Axel's old fighting companions Blaze and Skate, with the help of Dr. Zan, break him out of jail and set out to clear his name, only this time they have a new foe. One-time friend and policeman Adam, who intends to arrest them all. What? But that's not in the game. Also, oh my god, they called the soundtrack good. Contemporary praise for the Streets of Rage 3 score. We love to see it. Through gritted teeth, you gotta hand it to Sega Magazine. What? Wow! The disco from level 2. Here our heroes have to battle it out under strobe lights and laser effects. Why, it's just like a real nightclub. Thanks to the 24 meg cartridge, the graphics are much more detailed than in previous Streets of Rage games, as you can see from this samurai level. Axel takes out a baddie with his lethal dragon smash. This initial left hook is followed by a 360-degree spin, which turns it into a flaming uppercut. Whilst pulling off the special attack, Axel is completely invincible. No motorbike screenshots. Wait, no, there's still got a few pages left. No, okay, they don't have it. That's fine. Considering how successful the first two Streets of Rage games were, it only makes sense for Streets of Rage 3 to follow the same tried and trusted formula. And indeed it does. Horizontally scrolling beat-em-up action is the order of the day once more, as one or two players punch and kick their way across 7 thug-infested levels. As usual, there are loads of baddies to face, with more than a few familiar faces harking from the previous episodes. However, there are tons of new characters too, such as a boxing kangaroo, which first appeared in the image of the boxing kangaroo first appeared in the 1800s, did you know that? And there were far more bosses to face throughout all of the levels. Okay, so it's nothing special so far, but Streets of Rage 3 goes one step better than its predecessors by combining the best parts of the first two games. Now the main characters not only make use of the special moves gained in Streets of Rage 2, but can also work together to pull off devastating attacks. This popular teamwork feature from the first Streets of Rage game was sorely missed from the sequel. However, it's good to see it back with a vengeance in this latest episode. What's more, Sega claimed to have included the SWAT team... Sega claims to have included the SWAT team assistance feature from the first game, although we were unable to find it in the pre-production version we played. It could be possible that this becomes an option later on in the game when Axel clears his name. Also included is the one-on-one battle mode that featured in Streets of Rage 2. We at Sega Magazine were especially impressed by how good the bike stages were, and glad that Sega of Europe listened to our advice to include them. They're just saying things. They're just saying things. Yeah, they might have had like just a really rough translation. However, by far the most innovative feature of Streets of Rage 3 is the option of taking multiple pathways through the game. From the version we played, it is unclear how this affects gameplay, though it would seem that this feature only functions in two-player mode, and works in a similar way to the good and bad endings in the first game. Sega claim that this allows you to follow different plots throughout the adventure, depending on which character you choose and which choices you make, thus prolonging the longevity of the game. A surefire hit? From what we've seen, Streets of Rage 3 looks set to be a massive hit. The graphics, although very similar to those of Streets of Rage 2, are far more detailed. You can even see the expressions on the main characters' faces. On top of this, there seems to be far more variety to the levels, with horizontal and vertical lifts appearing as early as level 2, and later levels even giving our heroes the chance to ride motorcycles. There we go, yes! We got him, boys! We got him! Yes! Motorcycles in Streets of Rage 3 mentioned. There are also bonus levels, the first of which pit the Rangers against the Ragers against the giant bulldozer. What's more, the whole game plays at an incredible speed, amazing when you consider how many sprites are on screen at any one time. We can't wait to give you the finished version of this game, the full Sega Magazine review, and considering it's scheduled for an April release, it's just possible you could see that as soon as next month. Watch this space! Bike stage is mentioned. Golf clap. Okay, Defenders of the Streets. As with its predecessors, Streets of Rage 3 gives you 4 characters to choose from. However, this time the lineup is a little different. Give a warm hand for the Team Rage 94. One of the original Streets of Rage characters, Axel Stone, has been framed for a crime he did not commit, and is now on the run from the police. As in Streets of Rage 2, Axel still possesses his 2 special attacks, the Dragon Smash Uppercut and the Flaming Dragon Wing Punch. However, the power of these attacks have been greatly reduced. Fortunately though, this is more than made up for by an increase in Axel's speed, a previous weakness of his. Team Rage 94 should have been what they called the King of Fighters. Having freed her friend Axel, ex-cop Blaze Fielding is now on the run from her former colleagues, still able to perform her fiery power punch, somersault kick and drop palm strike. There's no real difference in her capabilities in this or Streets of Rage 2, probably a reflection of the fact that she's still the best all-round character in the game. First seen in Streets of Rage 2, as he fought to rescue his older brother Adam, Skate is now on the run from him as he helps Axel out. He now looks a little older than he did in the previous game, and this is backed up by an increase in the strength of his attacks. All his old moves are still there, including the corkscrew kick, breakdance windmill and piggyback punch, plus Skate can now perform a sort of forward shuffle punch. It might look daft, but it's quite deadly. We can neither confirm nor deny if Blaze's sprites will be edited for the UK release. Trust us, we tried checking. Replacing Max, the wrestler from Streets of Rage 2, Zan is a defector from the evil Crime Syndicate, all capitalised, determined to put a stop to their vile schemes. However, it seems that he himself could be one of their intricately designed robots, as he is able to extend his arms like electrically charged drills, perform a deadly sliding attack, and even charge up his body, sending out sparks that electrocute the enemy. He might be new, but Zan is an extremely powerful character. And the other screen is... oh! Hiya! Actal is now far more agile than he was in previous outings. More detailed graphics means you can now see the expressions on the characters' faces. The bikers are back! Take them out with flying kicks. Later on in the game, the main characters actually get a chance to take to the road on bikes. Crowd control. If you happen to own one of Sega's 6-button joypads, which you can also use with the Turtle Champions, then you'll be pleased to hear that you can make use of it in Streets of Rage 3. Yes, yep, although the A, B, C buttons perform the same special attack and jump functions they always have, you can now use the X, Y and Z buttons to pull a backward attacks, making it much easier to fight when surrounded by crowds of baddies. It seems that the programmers have also... It seems that the programmers have also made the game compatible with the Activator, Sega's full body controller, which allows you to pull off on-screen moves by performing them for real. Unfortunately though, it seems unlikely that the Activator will ever be released over here, so you won't have an excuse to perform breakdance windmills and dragon smashes in your living room. Can anyone confirm? Watch out, Skate! A computer-controlled train takes out the plucky young homeboy. Yipes! Zan falls for the same trick as Skate. Note his metal hand. Is he man or machine? Who knows? The man behind the music in Streets of Rage 3 is Japanese composer Yuzo Koshiro, who also produced the soundtracks for the Revenge of Shinobi 3, no he didn't, Slap Fight and Eye of the Beholder on the Mega CD. However, his best music has always been the hardcore rave soundtracks found in the Streets of Rage series. Supposedly, Yuzo visited Britain a few years ago and was so taken in by the rave scene that he used his experiences to create the Streets of Rage 2 soundtrack. Obviously, it worked because the game's soundtrack album, Bare Knuckle 2, the Japanese name for Streets of Rage 2, proved quite a hit over there. The music in Streets of Rage 3 follows in a similar vein to that of his predecessor, only this time it sounds even more hardcore. Yeah, he didn't work on Shinobi 3. God. On this level, steel barrels drop from above. One well-timed kick sends them flying across the screen, taking out all enemies in their path. I have the power. The Streets of Rage games have always allowed you to pick up and use the weaponry that the enemy characters drop. Streets of Rage 3 takes this element even further by allowing the main characters to perform unique special attacks using these weapons. What's more, each character is equipped with a... Right, okay. I think that what they meant to say was like each character has a weapon that they work best with. Equipped with a particular weapon, which when used allows them to pull off devastating attacks. Axel favours the sword, whereas Blaze prefers the knife. Skate, however, is most impressive with the stick, which he stabs into the ground and spins rapidly around, taking out enemies by their ankles. Can't believe Yuzo Koshiro did the music for literally every Sega game. And yeah, no Motohiro Kawashima mention. Lamau get fucked Sega Mag UK. I can't believe Yuzo Koshiro released the legendary Fleetwood Mac album Rumours. Core design Mega CD game. How many pages is this? Oh, thank fuck for that. It's only 2. Okay, I can survive this. If you haven't heard of Core by now, then you obviously haven't been paying attention to our gaming news over the last couple of months. Core are currently one of the hottest, possibly the hottest company to develop for the Mega Drive and Mega CD in absolutely ages. Ages spelled backwards is Sega. They already have the highly acclaimed Thunderhawk under their belt, and have an even more impressive sequel on the way. That's not all they've got either. Oh no. In fact, they have 3 Mega CD games due for release this spring, and 1 Mega Drive title too. Yuzo Koshiro and Jun Sonoe, the only Sega composers ever. There are 6 different planets in the near universe, although you'll only be required to carry out missions on 3 of them. Good job really, considering one of them's a huge liquefied volcano. One of the best aspects of Battle Core is that it will include more on-screen colours than Thunderhawk. The playability also remains wonderfully smooth, and of course, there are a whole host of extra weapons to choose from. Every building, background and vehicle has been 3D modelled. Are you? Okay. And there are continuous animation screens from within the cockpit. This time, instead of blasting it out on earthly terrains, you are propelled into an alien universe known as Mandelbrot's world. Perhaps this means we'll get to see some rather smart, yes, fractals. There are 2 genders, Yuzo Koshiro and Crush 40. Yep, well, they're smart for us. On a planet known as Meridium. Meridium is one of the few planets to be blessed with plentiful mineral deposits, so naturally, the inhabitants take more than a healthy interest in its welfare. It's currently protected by a huge corporate body known as IMC, although in recent times a rival company known as Biomech have been trying to muscle in on the action. You, as head gun-toting honcho, are placed in control of 3 top IMC gun jocks, who together make up the elite Battle Core team. Each member is an expert space pilot, and your mission is to both protect all planets within Mandelbrot's world and drive out the ominous biomechs. In all, there are 9 missions to complete, 3 planets to visit, and more than 30 overall sub-goals. There's also 3 difficulty levels and bosses at the end of every mission. However, once you've finished one mission, there's no stage-clearing gap. The adventure is played as one continuous level, with an occasional breather for between mission animated sequences. Although this sounds very, very different from the original Thunderhawk, the game is played from the same first-person perspective, and the controls, weapons and speed will also be similar. However, there are also improvements on the original Thunderhawk, such as additional on-screen colours and a 360-degree game-playing environment. Battle Core is about 65% finished, but should be finished next month, when we'll bring you the full review. It's Mandelbrot's world, we just living in it. These are some of the preliminary character sketches for Battle Core. As you can see, one of the pilots looks more than a little similar to the navigator in Nintendo's Starwing. Lieutenant Calgary was originally pictured with a huge scar on his mouth, but Core were asked to change it to a match, as Sega were worried that they might be depicted promoting young kiddies to smoke. Match in mouth instead of cigar. Because of smoking Sega. I can't quite make all that out. Some of the initial sprite creations before they were used in the game. Smoke. Smoke, are you smoking yet? Also, yeah, Starwing, because European. Soulstar. For thousands of years, the distant Soulstar universe has existed in peace, oblivious to the state of planet raiding that's going on all around them. The culprits, the Microids, are the oldest existing species in space and manage to survive by simply invading a planet, draining it of all its energy, then leaving it to float lifelessly through space forevermore. However, it seems that by picking on Soulstar, they could be in for more than they bargained for. Soulstar is currently protected by the Cyro Commandos, warriors who have dedicated their lives to tracking down these ruthless beasties. As it happens, you are the leader of this army, and it's up to you to stop the Microids from invading your native planet. So how do you do it? Well, as you can imagine, the action focuses around a space shoot-'em-up, although this isn't your usual alien blaster. The graphics are based on manga-style animation. Yes! Manga style, let's go! I refuse to buy into the anti-smoking propaganda, which is why I only allow my children to play the Marlboro branded Atari Lynx. And each level features 3D texture mapped terrains. There are also FMV video interludes between levels, a simultaneous 2-player option, and a whole host of special weapons to discover throughout the game. Soulstar is due for a spring release and is currently 95% finished. Look out for a full review in our April issue. There are over 40 missions in this game. If you get stuck, there's a voice commentary option to tell you your next best move. There's also 3 difficulty levels and 9 lives, so Core couldn't have made your life much easier. In 2-player mode, player 1 pilots the spaceship, while player 2 fires special weapons and operates a powerful power transference option. This basically means sharing out the power between the 3 operational areas of the ship and adds yet another tactical dimension to the game. Here we have some more on-screen sprites in their preliminary animation stages. Same programmer also did Jaguar XJ220 and the Thunderstrike Thunderhawk games. What do they mean by that? It's exactly what it sounds like. Manga UK was a distributor of anime in the UK, so you can see how that happened. Bubba and Sticks. Bubba is your average everyday delivery man who just so happens to deliver animals to the zoo on a regular basis. One day, whilst on his rounds, an alien spaceship appears from nowhere and kidnaps Bubba, lorry and all. Translator's note, lorry, truck would be the US equivalent. NB, don't try using this as an excuse in real life, it doesn't work. Bubba finds himself dumped on an alien planet with not a clue as to his whereabouts, or what he's supposed to do next. Luckily, he does have one friend, a plucky alien stick who's determined to get Bubba back to his native planet, Earth. By utilising his stick... I'm a child, sorry. By utilising his stick in a number of different ways, Bubba is able to adapt to his environment perfectly, solving puzzles and defeating many alien enemies along the way. The stick can also be stuck into walls, poked into aliens, thrown, used as a javelin, a snorkel, and it can even be used to play snooker. British version of pool. Getting back to Earth isn't Bubba's only task though. He must also elude the aliens who are out in their droves to recapture him and imprison him in the alien zoo. Both the Mega Drive and the Mega CD versions have 5 levels, although the Mega CD version has more detailed graphics and of course an extended intro and some excellent sound. Both versions are currently finished, but are being put through rigorous playtesting procedures as we speak. All being well, we should be in the position to review both versions of the game next month. Mummy, what's Bubba doing to his pet stick? Bubba is seen here using his stick as the snorkel. However, he still has to return to the top of the water to get air from time to time. Here's Bubba looking like a complete tourist. What? Luckily though, his stick is always on hand to save the day and help him blend into the background rather well. Bubba's making an arcade system, dear. Child laughing at the machinations of Bubba and Stick. Here's Bubba looking like a right plonker. Minky Momo's friend, Mr. Lorry. Oh god, no! Fuck! Oh god damn it, yeah. And yeah, they kept referring to every product as manga, which caused mass confusion across the UK for many, many years. I did see, I didn't watch all of it, but I did see some of that UK interview with Manga UK folks that you showed me. Like they were doing like the Network 21. It's really interesting. Sega are planning. Well, Sega didn't make this. Whatever. That's fine. Sega are planning to revolutionize the tired shoot-'em-up genre with a brand new blaster that's shaping up to be one of the greatest Mega Drive games of 1994. Its name, Subterranea. What makes the game so good? Well, some might say it's because the graphics are super smooth, the sound is rousing, and they match the explosive action perfectly. Yes, some people might say that. However, the best thing about the game is definitely the playability. As well as having loads of ground-based targets to blow up, you also have to contend with the awesome power of gravity which constantly pulls you down into the ground. Luckily, your ship is equipped with 2 extreme power thrusters, which the player can ignite in order to beat the forces of gravity. Adding to the playability of the title are the masses of different missions you have to perform in order to reach the next level. The game certainly has plenty of variety, which all adds to the appeal. Amongst the missions you have to complete are simple rescue assignments, pick up the blokes waiting around and about to return to base. Translator's note, bloke, guy, person. To more complex stages, Mission 3 sees tasks get a little more difficult. You have to pick up several mirrors and position them correctly. Then you need to fire an enormous laser off, which reflects all off the mirrors and blasts its way through a massive wall. Subterranea looks like having it all. Smart graphics, yes! And excellent gameplay. From what we've seen of the game, we reckon it's going to be one of the classic Mega Drive blasting titles. Hold on. I love the manga animation in my corn-up beat-em-up Street Fighter 2. Thank you, 05 Pro. This sentence gave me gout, 12 out of 10. Forgot to spell it as Street Fighter, one word. Intro action. Subterranea is packed into a 16 meg cart, which makes for a game with loads of variety. What was left of the memory has been spent on some excessively excellent introduction sequences. A brilliant rendered reproduction of your ship spins around on the title screen. Then the game's scenario unfolds before you, with loads of well-drawn intro screens. Between level screens also crop up after every mission is successfully completed. Plenty of power-up weaponry is provided, which enables players to take on some of the more heavily armoured establishments in the game. Subterranea is a 16 meg cart, which basically means there's lots of room for some rather smart, yes, type intro screens like this one. Remember Thunderbirds? Retweet if you remember Thunderbird. Commissioning a comedy character that's like that everything is from India, man, and goodness gracious me, except everything is manga. I can only stoop so low in one sentence. That's good restraint, 05 Pro. I appreciate it. There's too smart on this page. I only have one hand count. Ooh, remember Thunderbirds? You know, the bit where the Tracy brothers zoom through a tube towards their ships? Well, it's in Subterranea too. Oh. The POW counter to the bottom left-hand corner of the screen indicates how many more prisoners you have to rescue before moving on. The game offers a vast range of different enemy war machines to take out on your quest to free the prisoners on each level. A sample of some of the explosive action on offer in Subterranea. The most useful weapons in the first levels are the guided missiles. Your ship comes equipped with a powerful shield array that can sustain many hits before your ship is vulnerable. Be careful though. Oh wait, oh Jesus, there's more? Every single bullet in this game has its own sprite and individual explosion on contact. A very polished effort. How long have I been doing this? Oh good, okay. The game's intro sequence is laden with high-quality visuals. This shows your approach to the first subterranean complex. The other intro screens are equally impressive. Before you begin each level, you are given a list of mission objectives. Helping to explain things is the map of the level in the background. A screenshot of one of the game's first Tuffy puzzles. Reflect that massive laser to hit a target elsewhere in the level. Your ship will then drop a highly useful mirror, which is used to reflect the laser beam. The number of confusing readouts and such like is simplified in Subterranea. Fuel indicates how much fuel you have remaining, whilst Mega builds up to provide more powerful shots. The deeper you get into the game, the better the graphics get, as you can see from this shot of one of the later levels, which also has its own lake further down. Thrusting. Hand drawn by the long-suffering sprite artists. The smarts got pushed back as they had to front-load all the Eternal Champions shilling. Other thrusting games, excuse me. Dotted around the landscape are plenty of power-ups weapons designed to make life a little bit easier. Perhaps the most impressive we found so far are guided missiles, which come in handy for destroying the enormous face creature from hell located in level 2. Fuel, fun and frolics. Your trusty ship in Subterranea uses 2 massive great thrusters with which to defeat the laws of gravity, but such power comes at a price. Your ship has a small fuel tank, which needs to be refilled every few minutes. Failure to do so results in the craft plummeting towards the ground. Aye. Since the Subterranea programmers had 16 meg to muck about with, they managed to pack in loads of different features per level. For example, in level 2 you can save your fuel by making use of the magnetic rails that run their course around the level. These suspend you in the air without the need for thrusting, as it were. Later levels feature even more amazing backdrop AIDS hazards. Some caverns are even submerged in vast lakes, and the laws of gravity are adjusted accordingly should you dare venture into them. Other thrusting games, please stop putting it in quotes. Well, excellent it may be and all, but it must be said that the thrusting elements prevalent in the game aren't exactly original. The older members of the Sega-owning global community may remember a very old coin-op, yes, called Lunar Lander. In this Excuse me? Are you talking shit about Lunar Lander? In this rather sad game, you had control of an Apollo lunar lander and had to thrust at the right times in order to achieve a safe landing on the moon. And we thought that the moon didn't have much of a gravity. Whoa, okay. This is a callback. The first game to make use of a thrusting in a shoot-'em-up environment was a Williams vector graphics coin-op known as Gravatar. It may not have the greatest visuals ever, you bite your tongue, but its playability still puts the vast majority of modern-day shooters in the shade. The final entrant before the arrival of Subterranea that uses gravity in a blaster is an old BBC Micro C64 Spectrum game known rather significantly as Thrust. Make your way into a vector graphics cave system, find a big pod, and thrust your way off the planet's surface. Utterly fantastic blasting action, and what's more, it was available then for a paltry $2.99. Thrust was dubbed Bargain of the Century at the time. Do we have a source on that? It's bad because it's old. If this wasn't a digital scan, you'd probably set fire to it. Gravatar was the tower, you filthy fake fans. These are 16 of God's own megs. Don't muck about with them. Treat them respectfully. Luna. Retro games are so yesterday. Oh, do we have a classic? Do we have a classic here? Yes, we fucking do. Where? No, show him. Where is he? No! How do you talk about Mega Race and not show off the host? What's wrong with you? God. One of the most potentially amazing Mega CD products turned up in the Sega Magazine office the other day. It just showed up. Although it's only 50% finished, Mega Race from Mindscape is shaping up to be one of the most visually impressive road racing games ever devised for any home system. In Mega Race, many of the races take place at night. Spooky. You know, Mega Race's graphics are so astounding, words fail me. Mega Race is also being released on the PC, and although that version includes many additional graphics, the actual game is pretty much the same. Every second of your race is shown live on TV and is preceded by a long commentary from a rather naff TV presenter. You take his name out of your filthy mouth! You don't talk shit about him. Good old Cryo. Using the power of the Mega CD, Mega Race's programmers, Cryo, responsible for Dune CD, have created an interactive full-motion racing experience. The game's execution is quite similar to that other CD classic, Sylphid. The CD is used to pump in... I'm sorry. Pump in full motion video, while sprites, your car and your opponents are overlaid on top. Although this doesn't sound too interactive, the game actually operates in much the same way as a normal road racer. It's just that the graphics are 10 times better. Well, this is certainly one of the most intriguing... I'm not going all the way back, but you know what CD products we've seen in ages. But does the gameplay match the visuals? At the moment, it's anyone's guess. We don't fucking know. The Mega CD version is only in the initial stages of development. Some other magazines have printed screenshots from the near-complete PC CD-ROM version. But it is looking good. We should have a full review closer to the May release date. I don't think this one came out in Europe. Yeah, okay, good. This is a good product. Consumable? This is a good product, consumable. Please buy and consume product. Okay, only America. No pumping in my thrust game, please. It's always about pumping this and thrusting that with this mag. They won't show him, but they'll still shit on him. I see you, Sega Mag UK. This displays perfectly some of the stunning backdrops to be found in Mega Race. Tunnels make up a large part of some levels, rather like the 3DO's Crash and Burn. Each car is equipped with a number of weapons, and these can be used to blast away any nearing enemy cars. Be warned though, if you crash into another car too many times, you'll blow up. More hair-raising Mega Race action, this time in the city. Each time you win a race, you'll get prize money to soup up your car. Good. Good. Oh, no! Core blimey, love a duck. What a... Oh, no, wrong button. Sorry. Core blimey, love it. Has anyone else seen it yet? Someone has. Root-de-doo, apples and pears, root-de-doo. Oh, Sega Mag UK actually specialised in games the UK was never going to get on the grounds of, and I quote, fuck 'em. What a blimey lover duck. What a post-filled month it's been here at the palatial Sega mansions. Truly, these last 4 weeks have been a post-fetishist's dream. Such has been the volume of post received. In fact, if there are any post-fetishists out there reading this, how would you like a job sorting all the post for us? We just simply can't be bothered, to be honest. We have a magazine to write, you know. I mean, who do you think does all the work? The elves? Do you think they come in at night when everyone's gone and write everything? And now you want us to sort post as well? Anyway, if you've got anything interesting or amusing to say, send it to us at the Save Our Guys campaign. Don't send anything to this address. Also remember to say how much you like Tom's writing so he doesn't get sacked. How would you like a job being disrespected in print for all the country to see? Streamer, we give you full permission to skip the rest of the magazine's contents. Yeah, tempting. I mean, I am tempted. Do I read the letters? Oh, okay, apparently we are receiving in this form of virtual... Is this DSP chip effectively leaving the Mega CD defunct, or what? Oh, that's a joke. Digitizer, rivals of Sega Magazine, claim industry bosses think the Mega CD's fate is doomed. With machines like the Amiga CD and the 3DO, how can Sega prove them wrong? What I expect from Sega, and all other publishers, are truly revolutionary games incorporating all manners of graphical trickeries, sprites as big as the screen, colourful fractals, super smooth polygons, and above all, substantial gameplay. Is there any hope out there? Oh. good old digitizer, eh? Surely they are the future of video games, and know all the industry bosses personally. If the Mega CD's fate is so doomed, how come all the major software developers have rucks of CD titles planned for release this year? Some of them might even come out in the UK. Wouldn't it make more sense to develop stuff for the next generation consoles like the CD32? Remember that there are more Mega CD owners in Britain than there are CDI owners in the whole world, and the Philips machine has been available for longer too. If the Mega CD is so doomed, then how come Eternal Champions, the Dark Side people, is coming out? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... Dear Sega Magazine, yo dudes, I'm just gonna let that sit here. I'm just gonna let... Why do you cuss down Digitizer? I'm an avid watcher. I'm just gonna skip that bit. You can see it, I don't have to read it out. Few proud owners of a Mega CD. Well, you CDIers, have fun with that encyclopedia, and while you're waiting for a decent game to come out, while you're waiting for a game to come out, why don't you entertain yourselves with Shakespeare's Life and Works? Enjoy. Oh, and don't forget about that film that's been on telly about 1,001 times. You know, Top Gun. Yeah, I would have just fixed it. They could have done that. This is a mag for kids. Someone's going to ask what that word means. How many... Mr. Biffo is an inside man. They have rucks. Or just not print the letter might be a good idea also. Oh, yeah. Oh, Christ. And Amiga 32ers. I hear they're bringing out a new disc. Right, what you do is load it up and the screen goes red. Then you press a button and the screen goes green. And so on, so you can see all of them colours. Wow, who cares about how many colours it has? Oh, God. Gritty and small it may be, but we're £200 more in pocket than you suckers. Okay. I'm gonna move forward. Please laugh. It's funny. The only way is CDI. We never got those. We never got those. What are they called? Infomercials for CDI. I don't think. First of all, a big round of applause goes to you guys. What a brilliant mag. I'll defy it. You can fix the typos. No one will care. I'll defiantly be buying your mag on a regular basis. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Why are they making fun of the typos that people have sent in? This thing is riddled with typos. Talk about glass houses. If they fix the typos, they can't mock them in the responses. You're right. Keep up the good work. Next, there are going to be any big releases for the Mega CD in '94, as I feel, and I'm sure others do. Little bit let down by the Mega CD. Took Sega too long to release the machine in this country. That is true. I think it was like '93, so it was like super late. Sonic CD has a nice intro, great music, but underneath all that, it's still nothing new. Wash your mouth out with soap. We were told this was the next level. I think not. So you'll defiantly be buying our mag, will you? Does that mean that you'll be telling the newsagent to stuff off when he asks for your money? The words you're looking for, Sega Magazine, are thank you. Anyway, yes, the Mega CD did get off to a rather slow start, but look at all the latest stuff in this issue, half of which is not coming out in the UK. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. More and more innovative CD titles are in the pipeline. There'll always be a couple of people who take the lazy route and simply renovate an old cartridge game, but the majority of developers are now creating original and exciting titles. We have a degree in English. Shouldn't I be English? Yes, haven't been around the fancy urban places. Exciting titles like Eternal Champions! When will people realise that the Mega CD is an attachment for the Mega Drive and not a console in its own right? You're about the only magazine that doesn't give it a hard time. I even see it being slagged off, translator's note, derided, ridiculed, criticised, by reviewers that have just rated a game 90+. It doesn't make sense. I admit I was appalled by the distinct lack of Sega's Mega CD games when the unit was released, but come on people, look at the games in the pipeline. Oh, we've got Jurassic Park, Mystery Mansion is legit, Ground Zero Texas and Soulstar to name just the ones we know about at the moment. Funnily enough, quite a few of those get covered in this issue. Is this a plant? And I'm sure the majority of readers of Sega Magazine believe playability is all important, but there are always going to be those who buy a game purely for the graphics. Okay, let's be reasonable. Good graphics are a good thing to have in a game, and we all enjoy seeing our favourite machines produce something that's going to make our eyes pop out of their sockets. But this should surely be a bonus. It kind of has that Lad Mag stank to it, doesn't it? It almost has it. This was a trend. It was a bit later in the N64's life, but Nintendo Magazine system eventually became official Nintendo Magazine, and they leaned hard into that a little. Like, as much as a Nintendo Mag could. They were all about waggling your joysticks and that. The crap some Commodore mags are filling people's heads with is unbelievable. I quote, "The CD32 absolutely dumps on the Mega CD." But then again, they would say that because they like to believe it. My message to the world is save your cash and buy the machine you want, but don't give the rest of us a hard time because you just happen to not like our choice in console. What a nice man. You're quite correct in your assumptions there. The Mega CD is technically inferior to both the CD32 and the CDI, and the 3DO for that matter, but it's still the one with all the best games, and a number of them too. If you fancy forking out stacks of cash for state-of-the-art no games machine, fine. Don't come running to us, that's all. I'll have you know the Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe is highly replayable. Not to open a can of worms, but there's also this very narrow view of only boys play Vidgam around this time. Yes, absolutely. You saw the description they had for the one lady writer. Talking about massive shit talking of the CD32. As I often say with heavy sarcasm, it was a more innocent time. Print media with a male-specific focus was just like this in the UK. Actual subject or topic be damned. Yes. Shigsy, Mazza, Ninty. Yes. This has to be falsified because there's no typos. Would Sega Mag UK do that? Sock puppet their own letters? Yeah, this one's just asking. We did think about doing a games index in the back of the mag, but to be honest, they take up too much space and nobody reads them anyway. The only time you'll ever glance at a games index is if you saw a bargain game or a new release in the shops, which is why we have Out Now and Budget Games sections, which give a far more detailed account of a game than the standard 2 lines of a games index. But don't be rude to the kids. I would like to know if kids can send pictures to Sega, and if they are good enough, will they be made into games? If so, what is the address to send my pictures to? There's Sega's address, don't send anything to it. But I wouldn't really expect them to take your idea for Bronco the Shrew and make it into a top-selling console game. Sorry. Wow, go fuck yourself, Sega Magazine. Did Rad write that reply? Games Index? There's a lot of pages that could go to the Eternal Champions. Order now. Preaching to the choir. Every bit in here it's the age to remember being there when print media was just like this. But, you know, I apologise on behalf of our entire print media industry circa 1990 to 2005. We swear it's better now. Yeah, same. Sega Europe recently moved into some new digs. So, someone taking David Woodruff to task. When he bought his Mega CD, he thought it was a very good machine and was very impressed with it. Now he's slagging it off. Do you have it? What? Hey readers, do any of you have a cheap psychological profile of anyone who writes to Sega Magazine? If so, why not take Graham's example and send it in? Because we'll just throw it away next time. That's why not. Also, way instead of away. We got beef in the letters page. Oh yeah, SM I think is just Sega Magazine. I hope you don't mind if I give you my honest opinion of some improvements you could carry out in order to make the best Sega Magazine even better. I'd like to comment about the reviews and showcases. A fine line has been drawn between the two, with the reviews giving your honest opinion of the game, while the showcase features just give the bare facts about the game with no judgment made. This is a great idea and works well, but, and you knew a but was coming, I think that because of the showcases, a lot less effort is put into the reviews, which consist mostly of screenshots. Although the reviews are supposed to be critical, I find this very hard to believe, as hardly any critical comment is put on them at all. If I could just drone on a little bit more, a prime example of this would be the Sonic 3 review in issue 2. About 3/4 of a page is made up of informative and well-written game info and reviewers' verdicts, but the remainder of the 2 pages is filled with pretty pictures and screenshots, which could be substituted with a more in-depth verdict. Sorry for being a bit of a grouch, but thanks for listening. Point taken, Stephen, and you're right, you are a bit of a grouch. Now why don't you get lost and write your own chuffing magazine if you reckon you're so flippin' hot, eh? Wow! Go fuck yourself! A big issue is that there's some actual information in this magazine. Can you have your writers make up even more stuff? I read that fucking preview, Stephen. It was not well written. Stephen, you should be seen and not heard. Let's not have discourse in the letters, but we'll happily take the piss out of typos and shattering kids' dreams. Jesus. God. I mean, that's like the most polite criticism I've ever seen. They handled you with kids' gloves, Sega Magazine. You know what? I hope Stephen Folks made their own fanzine that is way fucking better than this. I am very happy with what I found in your magazine. It is the best magazine that I've ever seen. A slap on the back to everybody that is involved. I have a Master System too, and I've not yet found a magazine that talks about games of the Master System in the way that you do. And also, you give great advice on items and good tips. That is until now. Most other magazines treat the Master System as if it is extinct, which is not the case at all. Please do not change anything, and please keep on printing just as much information on games, tips, etc. for the Master System. If you continue to do this, then this will be the magazine for me. Well, Paul, we're awfully sorry to disappoint you, but we hate the Master System like you would not believe. We only ever put Master System stuff in the mag when there's nothing better to do. Ha! Down with the Master System. Actually, that's all a lie, and hey, just for you, we'll continue to cover all the decent Master System stuff we can get hold of, which is a fair bit, actually. Hold on. Was there any... Oh, Christ. There's more! Hold on, wait. Okay, so let me see. So, okay, in the name of the Father, the controversy of the decade. What? Steven Spielberg in the Empire interview. Massive double-sided Sharon Stone and Unforgiven poster. Free. From Michael Madsen, Tim Roth, Alexis Arquette, and Charlie Sheen, to Daniel Day-Lewis, Julia Roberts, and Robert De Niro, and Steven Spielberg. Everyone talks to Empire. Empire, all you need for a month at the movies. Oh, goodness. Thank you for raiding, Sean Murray. Welcome. We're slowly losing our minds reading Sega Magazine from the UK. Jaz is long gone at this point, so I choose to believe this aggression comes from Jaz not being around to rein it in. Yeah, they've been really kind of shitty to these people. They're, well... well, you know what? Let's go back just for the sake of the raiders. Let's just go back a minute. I want you to look at the reply that they give to this guy, Stephen Folks, who offers a very sort of balanced, nuanced criticism of the magazine. You know, he's very polite, offers their points, actually says the writing about Sonic 3 was good, which it wasn't, and they reply with, now why don't you get lost and write your own chuffing magazine if you reckon you're so flipping hot. I know it was the style at the time, but it's very odd to see. It's very odd to see that sort of happen. This is what happens when they can't use the word smart. They get easily aggressive. They haven't shielded Eternal Champions for 5 minutes. Oh, yes! In the Sonic 3 review in issue 2, there is a blank blue box, and in it says drop-in scan of clipping. What does this mean? Yep, there should have been a picture of Sonic 3 game in the place of drop-in scan of clipping box that you read. It seems that the page slipped by us without noticing the mistake. Still, hope it didn't spoil the enjoyment of the review too much. We won't be reviewing Street Fighter 2 as it's a few months old already. We only review new games, and as every other Sega mag has already covered it, it would be pointless if we went and reviewed it about 6 months too late. Or the reply to the kid asking about their games idea where they just go, nah, fuck off, mate. Type some shit in here, please. Now that Jaz Rignall has left, will there be a new reviewer join you shortly? Who will it be? Yes, a new reviewer has already joined the team. His name is Tom Guys. You might recognise the name from Megatech, another magazine. Anyway, he's ace at games and everything like that, so Ivor, is that okay with you? Also, found in the occupation of reviewing the many games submitted to us is the equally good Sam Hickman, who takes over as production editor this month. Slip through the very extensive editorial process here at Sega Magazine. So why does Ian get the civil reply for pointing out a fault in the magazine? I know, right? When we want Sonic 4. When is Sonic 4 coming out? Well, there's just no pleasing some people, is there? Sonic 3 isn't even on the shelves yet, and you're already whinging on about Sonic 4. There probably will be a Sonic 4, but there's no details about it yet, and it probably won't even be ready by Christmas. So there. As far as we know, the Sega VR system is still being released, although it will almost certainly appear in the US before we see it in the UK. The US release date is August, so expect Christmas '94 at the earliest. Have you any cheats for Warsong, as I'm finding it very difficult? Are you having us on or what? Oh, thanks for the 50 bits, Sepasai. Which is better, Gunstar Heroes or Rocket Knight Adventures? They're both rather... Oh, shit. Ah, there it is! They're both rather smart, so whichever one you buy, you'll be pretty happy with. In the last issue, they used smart like 50 times. There will be a Sonic 4 threat. Don't worry, Sega Mag UK, that missed screenshot was probably the most genuinely funny thing you've printed. A new arcade has just opened where I live, and inside I discovered Mortal Kombat 2. How come no one has reported on it so far? Although no one reported on the Mortal Kombat 2 coin-op in November, you'll find that most magazines have covered it by now. This is because magazines work 1 month in advance, so we knew about it in November, but it didn't go to press until around January. It's definitely been converted to console again, and will appear on all formats. Acclaim will once again be responsible for the conversion. God, they're so rude to people! Let me start by saying, well done for producing such a brilliant magazine. I can't find one fault in it, it's obviously ace. Well, shucks, Dean, thanks a lot for all your compliments, even if they did go on a bit. The thing is, like, I know that the sort of aggressive responses to letters was a thing. Mean Machines, part of the reason I don't want to read that is because they had, like, Mean Yob, which was like, if I remember right, they would, like, really aggressively respond to letters sent to them. And it just feels a bit mean, I don't know. It was a different time. But it's still kind of like it's like being caught in their headlights a little. Clearly different authors are writing these replies, and this is dice roll whether they get the grumpy one or the patient one. Thank you for your compliment. Fuck you. Martika's Kitchen. Over the last few years, EA have been responsible for some of the most violent, adrenaline-pumping Mega Drive games around. This time, though, instead of going for a straight conversion of a traditional sports game, they're reworking a current street craze known as skitching. Rad Automatic brings you the full lowdown. Please don't. I'd rather he didn't. Yep, that kind of tone has aged like a fine mayonnaise. Charlie Brooker's early gig was doing narky replies to letters, that makes sense. This is the worst thing for you. Rad Automatic talking about a game you like. Skitchin is the exciting new sport that isn't sweeping the nation, but how many of you know the true origins of the designer Death Rally? Skitchin arose from the ashes of a quite different pastime, kitchen. It's all very well for these rollerbladers to swank around with their expensive top-label skatewear now, but up until recently they were showing off their latest items of 70s retro clothing, with dry nylon knee pads being the biggest cred scorer. Top conversation wasn't how many cars those involved have hung onto the backs of this week, but whether anyone saw the Pink Panther omnibuses, or how good the new Saint Etienne single is. However, the unavailability of rollerblade pedal pushers signalled the beginning of the end for the retro trivia-obsessed sportsters, and gradually more up-to-date influences swamped the dangerous sports clan. To escape from their now embarrassing past, the Kitschers transposed the S in their title, and reinvented themselves as dark riders on the highway of death. Of course, this brought a rather more competitive element to things, so the gang began to organise skitching tournaments all over the country, and by a strange twist of fate, you find yourself involved in their death-defying displays of bravado as one of the top skitchers in the country. Whilst the object of the game is simply to win all the races ever, bonus cash may be earned through a number of other skate-type activities. This is incomprehensibly 90s. His non-sequiturs are a breath of fresh air after the classy replies to letters. Skitching, to give it its full English name, itself is the act of grasping the back of a car, van, motorcycle or spaceship, although there aren't many of those last ones in the game, hanging on to build up a bit of speed, then slinging yourself around the side into the slipstream to gain greater speed. It must be stressed at this point that real-life skitching is not big, and not clever, and not smart. However, in the game, it's the only way to overtake the other skaters, all of whom move at roughly the same speed as you. Also, it's a handy way of earning extra cash, as each car skitched earns a mighty $1. Of course, all the other racers have cottoned on to this skitching idea, and sometimes you'll find them hanging onto the same motor as you. When faced with this situation, simply use left and right to barge your opponent off, and watch as they fall to the floor and scrape themselves up heartily. But how is it possible to time your grabs? Just how do you grip the bumper when the cars are screaming past you? And indeed, how can you tell when you're going to get run over? Well, fortunately, your helmet. Ooh, Mr. Grimsdale, Mr. Grimsdale. Select your favourite from a number of unconvincing skate punk themes. Actually, all of this showcase is a big lie. Skitching is actually a banger racing simulator, and all these skate chaps just have to bump start your car when it breaks down. Banger racing is like racing in worn out cars, I think. Maybe they made that up as well. Skitching is reviewed on page 102. Essentially, Roller Skating Kit Kids is fitted with a rear view mirror which allows you to keep an eye on the road behind to check for approaching vehicles and dangerously close opponents. Traffic moves on both sides of the road and switches lanes to boot, so it's important to position yourself correctly to avoid a nasty scrape. If you do misjudge things and get hit by a car, you'll be lucky if your ordeal ends there, as you usually end up bouncing off a bit of scenery, landing back in the road and getting hit again. Such trauma saps your energy bar like you would not believe, and if this hits rock bottom, you're withdrawn from the race and put into intensive care costing $50. Wow, that's aged! This means that you'll have to start the race all over again, and if you haven't got the requisite entry fee, it's game over. Your skates also have their own energy bar, and once this gauge is depleted, you need to buy some more footwear. We won't show smoking, but please hang on to the back of a moving vehicle whilst hitting people. Breath of musty second-hand smoke, I should say, yes. $50 whole. Pardon me. Get your lovely skitchwear. Luckily for those lacking in gear, there's a shop in your neighbourhood which is renowned for its wide selection of skitchwear. Actually, it isn't a shop at all, it's Honest Brad's Roller Emporium, which he runs out of the back of his van. Here, all manner of skate goodies are available, with the quality of the merchandise varying with the amount of cash you wish to spend, a bit like buying bootleg t-shirts from a dodgy market stall. The items themselves range from skates and wheels to elbows and knee pads, gloves and even wrist protectors. All the pads act as body armour and reduce the amount of damage inflicted by a nasty fall, depending on the quality of the item. Quality is measured in a number of terms, from economy, minimum quality, beginner, the sort of stuff you start with, standard, alright, up to... Have I still got my annoyed face on? Good. Mighty Mouse Super Rodent quality or something like that. The better the equipment, the more protection it offers and the longer it lasts too. Before each race, the status of your equipment is displayed. If it's green, you're okay. If it's blue, your stuff's a bit knacked, worn out. And if anything turns red, it's ready to fall to bits. If you lose a pad, you don't have to replace it, but if any part of your skates are destroyed, you're obliged to buy new gear before you can continue. Of course, this tends to put something of a drain on your finances, so it's important to rack up the cash in-game to make sure you've got enough money to make it to the next race. Skitching is reviewed on page 102. Oh god, what page are we on? Jesus Christ, there's 60 left! Skitch. The easiest way to earn moolah in the game is to skitch cars, but that isn't the only way. Skitching police cars is even better for the wallet, earning $1 per second instead of per skitch. Tricks. Probably the most impressive and posy way to earn Oh. Oh. To earn money is by performing stunts on the ramps that litter the roads. Time your jump right, and use the joypad to perform various manoeuvres and skillfully execute your landing to avoid wiping out. Once you've landed, a panel of judges awards marks out of 10 for your trick, and the better the mark, the more money you make. Even if you hit the deck, you may still make some cash, although you'll doubtless lose places in the race. Beating up your foes is a pretty mean way of making ends meet, but nevertheless, each other skitcher you floor is worth $5. However, it takes a number of hits to drain most energy bars unless, of course, you manage to pick up one of the weapons you find lying in the road. These range from crowbars to chains to nunchaku, we're getting banned, and inflict varying amounts of damage. Picking them up is a matter of riding directly over them whilst crouching. Be warned though, as the game progresses, more and more of the other races carry weapons themselves. Getting involved in a brawl with someone much harder than you isn't a very good idea. Remember to keep an eye on your rearview mirror too, as all too often a fight takes you right into the path of an oncoming vehicle. No, I don't think he was, but also, Jaz Rignall, do you want to read over this one? Do you want to? No. Win. Completing races in a qualifying position is very good for filling the coffers. Finishing in 5th place or above not only gets you through the next round of the competition, it also rakes in the dosh. Lowly 5th place yields a minuscule $10, whilst supreme number 1 position is good for 80 smackaroonies. Ooh, temper, young man, blow out. Okay. Hey, great, I've skitched a ride on an invalid... No, jeez, no! Fuck, this page is a minefield! Peter Parker tests his new web shooters incognito. Oh, God. Oh, boy. I fucking dodged that like it was bullets in a Toho game. Jesus. Moving swiftly on, you are right. Subscribe. Don't you want to subscribe? Huh? Subscribers' copies are guaranteed and are dispatched to your door absolutely free. Please rush me copies of the first issue of Sega Magazine. Whatever. Oh, yeah, there's Eternal Champions. You know what? Fuck it. All is forgiven. All is forgiven, actually. Nope, hold on. All is forgiven. You know what this game is? Do you know what this is? 100. Thanks for the 100 bits, Octonoshock. Not enough of these will help, but I'll do what I can to help with morale. It was a more innocent time I scream as I fall to my knees, crying profusely. Finally, we have the cleansing glow of the butterfly. Showcase feature, Mystery Mansion. Mystic Mansion, the amazing new astrologer whose predictions are shocking the nation. There's every page there's more words that are really bad. Also, they're calling it Mystic Mansion. That's not... You were joking. There's one right there. I can see it. It's glaring at me. It's not called Mystic Mansion, it's Mystery Mansion. This, however, is where the mysticism of the title comes in, for they are no ordinary butterflies. They are, in fact, the hidden souls of tragic humans, consumed by their own selfish greed. Predictably, your little sister has stumbled into the mansion, and the butterflies have decided to make her part of their happy family. To make matters worse, there's a strict time limit imposed on your escape, as the mansion only exists on this plane until midnight on eves of the full moon. And it's after tea time when your adventure begins. Armed to the hilt with insecticide, Radeon Automatic investigates. I now know exactly how Deacon Theed feels. I don't want him writing about this game. Your own point of view. Mystery Mansion, you got the name right. Good. Supplements its spook factor by having the action represented in full-on first-person perspective, so it's like you're really there and everything. Left and right rotate you 90 degrees in the respective direction, and forward shifts your child to the fore until he encounters a blockage or possible turning area. Once you've reached a likely-looking location or item, push forward again and the view zooms in to give you a close-up look of the object. If you think there's a useful item concealed there, push forward one more time to search the area, and your character will pick up anything he finds. You really feel like Mansion of Hidden Souls. I take everything back about Breath of Fresh Air, forgive me. The cynic in me wants to say they intentionally got the name wrong just so they can have an opportunity to be racist. Walking into a cupboard full of methane, more like. Searching innocuous objects such as vases and ceilings generally promotes conversation with butterflies. You know what kids are like, always carrying heaps of old rubbish around in their pockets, just like Dennis the Menace, with all his bits of string and bubblegum. Fortunately, Johnny, your on-screen persona, do they ever name him? I don't think they do. Has a bit of a fussy mum who's recently made her lad empty his trousers of pap. This means there's a lot of spare pocket space for Johnny to store items he finds along the way. To bring up your inventory, press the A button. Keep pressing A to cycle through your possessions to see what you've got. If you think you're in a position to use an item, press the C button whilst the correct object is displayed on the screen. Remember, you have to be in zoom mode to use any items. Oh, yeah, they might have had their names in the credits. The first item little Johnny stumbles across is the diary. Far from being filled with detailed accounts of personal and usually quite embarrassing privacies, this book is completely blank. Luckily, Jono has a pen on him, and he's able to start the diary off himself, although there are only 3 pages. What this basically boils down to is a game save facility, with each page representing one saved game. The diary may be used at Mystery Mansion, a game of pretty butterflies, tasty cream cakes and lovely cups of tea, and demonic sacrifices to our Lord Satan. No Oscars here. The man at the centre of all this furore is only known as the Hunter. He appears as a glowing spirit-shaped thing and tells you all about his so-called Mansion of Hidden Souls, which is the American title of the game. Make sure you remember at least vaguely what he looks like, as it becomes important further into the game. No, it doesn't. I don't quite get what the artist is trying to say here. Perhaps it's a subtle juxtaposition between expectations of contemporary art and a blank bit of night. Included in the price of Mystery Mansion is Jackie Wilson's Guide to Dart Success. Simply look in a library to access this fine tome. Attic fans should be over the moon at Mystery Mansion's realistic representation of an attic. Murder by death. Just because Johnny is a clever young thing doesn't mean he's invulnerable and can't die. In fact, there's a number of ways the boy can snuff it. Running out of time is probably the most common cause of death, but others are almost worth dying just to see the graphical sequences. Drop the lad in the pool of icy water in one location, and you're sure of getting a lovely drowning flick, for instance. Probably the scariest death is at the hands of the Hunter in the secret basement. Once you've met him, the ancient sentinel comes alive and chases you through corridors up to the stairs. Make the steps in your safe, but take one wrong turning and prepare to be chilled to the very marrow. Samantha and Jonathan. Okay, thank you. They were close. Oh, this is carrying on from the bit about the diary. Anytime, except when moving, and saves every detail of your current venture. Be wary of saving games when you're running out of time, though, as you don't get extra minutes when you return to the saved position. Mystery Mansion could really have done with a more apt title, as the souls contained within are almost as hidden as Richard's affection for young stoats. Each room in the house contains a beautiful blue butterfly who speaks to you, offering you help or hindrance depending on the personality of the soul. It's important to get to know which one is which, as you'll need to visit specific insects at the right times in the game for vital help. What a lovely morning. Just breathe that fresh air. Fresh spring air. Hey, what's that plank coming out the wall? No! One of the souls who inhabited the house was turned into a butterfly because he dedicated all his human life to killing the floaty creatures. Wrong. Sort of. Probably the greatest aid in the game is the magic painting hanging in one of the rooms. On closer inspection, it reveals a glimpse of a visual clue, informing you which location to visit next. However, constantly traipsing to and from this room wastes valuable time, so once the clock starts ticking down, you've really got to rely on your own brain power. Okay, it is... Oh my god. Carla Lane, writer of comedy and drama, probably best known for The Life of Birds and Bread, Met the Grave of a Cow. Sad piano music. Every year, hundreds of people suffer through a diagnosis of chili marrow. When Night Trap was released on Mega CD last year, it whipped up a storm, critically acclaimed for ushering in the era of interactive movie games, while simultaneously slammed for some of its more explicit scenes. The game was stamped with a 15 rating, achieving huge sales in the process. Now the makers of Night Trap have returned with an all-new Mega CD thriller, Double Switch. Resident Trap Inspector Tom Guise takes a look. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Tom. Neatly avoiding the falling chandelier on the way. Burglars aren't what... Oh. Okay. Burglars aren't what they used to be, are they? I mean, in the old days, it was easy to spot a crook. Pencil-thin mustache, stripy black and white sweater, little mask and a bag with swag written on it. Simple. Yes, sirree. In those days, the poor old burglar was the laughingstock of the criminal underworld. Nowadays, though, burglary is a zen art. Gone are the crowbars and picklocks. The swag men of today enlist the use of teleport bracelets, Zorch ray guns, and subterranean mobiles to toil his dishonest trade. There's only one answer to this upsurging crime: better security, stronger locks, more alarms, and most important of all, lethal death traps. And here to give us a hands-on demonstration of this new line in home security is Sega, with their latest full-motion Mega CD extravaganza, Double Switch. Welcome to the Edward Arms, an average block of flats somewhere in suburban America. However, not as all as it seems, because the building is jam-packed with fiendishly constructed security devices. Enter Eddie, the guy who built the Edward Arms. It was he who installed all the traps around the building. Triggered from a control room in the basement, these traps protect the tenants by ridding the building of any unwanted intruders. Normally, it's Eddie who controls the traps. However, some local examples of scum and villainy have locked him inside his control room while they run riot around the house. This is where the game begins, because Eddie has tapped into the police lines and called you in to control the traps and help him get out. From the director of Pet Sematary 1 and 2... That's the basic game of the game, at least, to begin with. By using the various security cameras dotted around the building, you can view each room, checking on tenants, and more importantly, searching out anyone who shouldn't be there. Now comes the tricky part: triggering the traps and capturing the bad guys. Each room contains at least 2 traps, and these can only be activated when a villain steps directly on them, a split-second reaction. Fail and the bad guy escapes. Let too many of them go and it's game over, especially if one of the tenants happens to be claimed in the process. Didn't I leave my keys on the mantelpiece? Ah. Oh boy, these X-ray specs are great. Girls' changing rooms, here I come. Well, when I was singing, I thought I'd take up some hobbies. When I gave up singing, I thought I'd take up some hobbies. You know, like eating a lot and growing old. Oof. Hey, you looking at my mustache? Yeah, well, don't, please. Let's see. Don't I know you? Whilst playing Double Switch, you might get the feeling that some of the actors and actresses look decidedly familiar, and quite rightly too, because Sega have actually invested in some reasonably big name stars to feature in their latest FMV outing. Take Eddie, for instance. He is played by none other than Corey Haim, popular American teen heartthrob and star of hit vampire movie The Lost Boys. Also heading the cast is Deborah Harry, the lead singer of ancient pop group Blondie, sporting a Cleopatra-style black wig and somewhat... Don't be rude. She plays the greedy manageress Elizabeth. Another more obscure name that crops up is Thomas Dolby. For those of you old enough to remember, Dolby made his name in the early 80s with such albums as Hyperactive and Aliens Ate My Buick. Though you don't get to see him, you can certainly hear him because he is the talent behind the in-game music. A rather smart, yes, mixture of Egyptian tunes and a theme tune which sounds more than a little like the Beetlejuice soundtrack. The tenants' meeting. Never have you met a more bizarre group of people than the tenants of the Edward Arms. It's your job to protect them, but can you trust them? Eddie, the fellow behind all the traps. Eddie needs your help to get free. Don't worry though, Eddie's your friend, isn't he? Retweet if you remember leaving your keys on the mantelpiece. Elizabeth, the manageress of the Edward Arms. She'll bend the law for anyone if the price is right, but does she know something important? Brutus. Brutus is a pretty suspicious character. Why is he nosing around the building with that metal detector? And what do Mario and Luigi want with him? Alex, the new girl in town. Alex is a reporter looking for a hot story. Will she find it at the Edward Arms? Lyle, as the building's handyman, you'd think that Lyle would be helpful, but he's no more than an interfering meddler. At least that's what Eddie says. Played by R. Lee Ermey. What a lovely morning. Just breathe that fresh spring air. Hey, what's that? That's the same caption as on the last page. Lyle doing a YouTube thumbnail. I won't stand for this Debbie Harry slander, neither will I. A blip on the scanner. Keeping track of all the activities in the whole building would be pretty tricky without a radar. Good thing you have one then, isn't it? Showing a cross-section of the Edward Arms, the radar displays the tenants as green dots and the baddies as yellow or red dots. What's more, an alarm sounds every time a bad guy enters a room. However, you've got to be quick to act, or they may pass the trap before you get there. Always keep an eye out for baddies in the same room as tenants, and never let them get to the main power switch in the basement. If they turn off the power, it's curtains for you. Teeter-totter. Intruder alert. But wait, he's about to step on the teeter-totter. Hit the switch. Ho ho ho! See how he teeters and totters. That's why it's called the teeter-totter, see? Down the hatch. It's the baddie bin for you, my pretty. Mwahaha! Mummy, is that you? But jokes aside, this looks pretty serious. A tenant in danger. Yipes. There's only one hope. That's right, honey. Lead old King Tut towards the dreaded grappler. Activate. With one swift grasp, the mighty claws drag Tuffy along into the wall. Another job well done. Son of Night Trap returns. For anyone who's played Night Trap, this should all sound a tad familiar. However, the uncanny resemblance between the two games is more than just a spooky coincidence. Double Switch is made by Digital Pictures, the same people behind Night Trap. Don't go thinking that they're just cashing in on an old game though, because Double Switch is head and shoulders above Night Trap in terms of technology. The access time between scene changes is almost non-existent, and the game utilises Cinepack software, a video compression system that allows the CD to store more video footage than before. Hence, Double Switch comes on a single disc, opposed to the two Night Trap required. Of course, there's only so much fun to be had from ensnaring thugs in traps, but that's not all there is to Double Switch. Just like its predecessor, Night Trap, there's a strong underlying plot to the whole game. As you switch between the various rooms, following the antics of the tenants and the intruders, the story starts to unravel in more than a few unexpected twists along the way. Once you've freed Eddie from his basement prison, things really start to hot up. However, the only way to reach the conclusion is to pull the right levers and ensnare the bad guys. The big question is, who are the real bad guys? Is Eddie as much of a nice guy as he makes out? Whose side is Lyle really on? No, I'm not reading that. Do burglars really use Zorch ray guns? Is Double Switch any good or what? Well, the answer to that last question at least can be found in the full review on page 100. As you can expect, all the traps in the house have been cleverly concealed, making it a bit difficult for you to know where they are. Fortunately, you can pull up a blueprint of each room showing exactly where the traps are located. From then on, it's just a matter of cranking up the traps and waiting to activate them. Watch out though, because later on a mystery character gains control of the traps, and it's up to you to deactivate them before unsuspecting tenants are ensnared. Hold on, I'm just bear with. Okay, once you get to the review section, it'll go a lot quicker. We just have a couple of these showcases to do, so you know what? We're going to take a quick break. but can I break contact in double switch at the push of a button in either English or Japanese? I think not. In fact, maybe one of you could use that break contact right now. Save me. Please. Ah, thank you.
Breaking contact.
There he is. I've never been so happy to see you. We'll be back in 5 minutes, folks.
You can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. Second chance. You can't escape. Let's go. Second chance. You can't escape.
Did the new nice shot play out? Because I haven't added them to the breaks just yet because it involves a couple of extra steps, but I can play it. There we go. Thanks for Marudu. Okay. Thanks for looking ahead, the opponent. Oh, I feel awful. Oh, I didn't think it would be this bad. We're past the worst of it. Well, yeah, hopefully. Oh, this is a page. Why ahead? That's why ahead, right? It has to be. Hold on, wait. Lights, camera, action. In the old days, ex-members of the Grange Hill cast only had one place to go, EastEnders. Then Sega brought out the Mega CD and the marvels of full-motion video gave actors a whole new vista of opportunity. Yup, since these games have become so popular, bad acting is proving to be big business. Resident Thestrian Tom Guise gives us the full TV guide. Dana Plato, yeah. Rimu was also reading along. No, it's just there's been a lot of incredibly bad shit in this one. Some very questionable phrases that are not used anymore. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm forever trying to impress my older relatives with the latest video games. It's always the same. There I am, crouched by the telly, with the previous generations of the Clan Magais crammed onto the viewing sofa, as I play game after game in front of them, complete with a running commentary of, bet you've never seen anything like that, or, you'll just love this one. Of course, it never works. They just sit there chewing their gums and looking puzzled, before my dad mutters, not very realistic, are they? That one's not walking. He's just gliding across the floor. Then my gran curls up her lip and says, "Ah, it's always the same. Shooting spaceships and punching monsters. Isn't there anything else?" Wait, what they want are games that look like films. Until early last year, it seemed like an impossible dream, but that was before Sega released the Mega CD and a new term entered popular culture: the interactive movie. It comes with the term, we understand, and we dog on it when we see it, but for all my comedic whinging, I'm having fun. I'm glad. That's the important thing, as long as we're having fun. That's what matters to me. Oi, I've had enough of you kids messing about. A nice picture of some dog meat. Sherlock Holmes may be a rather famous geezer person. Man, usually male nowadays, but back in Victorian times, he couldn't even blag, scam, cheat someone out of something. A free pint down at his local public house where you drink, where beer users gather. The Baker Street Arms. Cartoon time. Films that you don't just watch, but that you can actually take part in. That's what Sega promised when they released the Mega CD. By using the massive storage space available on the compact disc, over 40,000 megabits in fact. Can someone run the numbers on that for us? The Mega CD gave the humble Mega Drive access to a new medium, that of full motion video. The first full motion video FMV game to hit the Mega CD came from Japanese programmers Wolf Team, Cobra Command, a cartoon helicopter game. Certainly fitted the definition of an interactive movie, although the degree of interaction was sorely limited. Although impressive when first released, Cobra Command looks dated by today's standards. Displaying very few frames of animation per second and looking pretty fuzzy throughout. Far better are Wolf Team's subsequent releases, Road Avenger and Time Gal. Again, both games feature manga-style cartoon action, but the quality of visuals and the frame rate was considerably improved over Cobra Command. Okay. On general release, if you're looking for interactive movie entertainment, here's the current crop of Mega CD blockbusters. Time Gal mentioned! Road Avenger mentioned, cue the song. Previously packaged 3 with the Mega CD, this interactive helicopter cartoon gives you the chance to fly through New York, the Sahara Desert, Rome and Easter Island, battling evil in all its sinister forms. Very dated looking 1 star. Road Avenger, take to the road in your cartoon car as you seek to avenge the death of your wife. Drive off cliffs, over broken bridges, and even through a hotel lobby and up the stairs. Technically superior to Cobra Command with better cartoon antics. Still limited though, 2 stars, go fuck yourself. No! 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 Time Gal. Hot in pursuit of an evil master villain with a stolen time machine, Time Gal has to face dinosaurs, cavemen, Roman gladiators and World War II fighters. Probably the best of Wolf Team's FMV efforts. Two stars. Sewer Shark. Take the sewers to Solar City as a futuristic pest controller and clear the tunnels of the mutant ratigators. Fast, atmospheric and good fun, although the FMV is a tad grainy by today's standards. 4 stars, 2 better than Road Avenger and Time Gal. My rage knows no bounds. Guards, seize them! They gave the Make My Video 2 stars. What's wrong with you? There are currently 4 Make My Video games available. Crisscross, Marky Mark, CNC Music Factory and In Excess. An interesting use of the Mega CD, but only worth getting if you're a sad groupie of the relevant musicians. The Martin family are capturing young girls and turning them into soft drinks, so it's up to you to protect them by using hidden cameras and traps to capture the baddies. An enjoyable game, but with too much of a trial and error element. 3 stars, better than Road Avenger, huh? Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Volume 1. Don your Deerstalker hat and take on the role of the world's greatest detective as you investigate 3 gruesome mysteries in Victorian London. An absorbing whodunit that makes good use of FMV. 2 stars? Holmes is back with 3 more cases to solve, much longer than his predecessor, with better FMV and accessing time. 3 stars. Sewer Shark is better than Time Gal. The doctors shake their heads and brace my family for terrible news about the brain injury. Oh boy. This is the kind of madness that I miss from Sonic the Comic. The reviews being like completely out of pocket and insane. That's what I want. Not the other shit that we've seen. Better examples of the Mega CD's FMV capabilities come from stateside software developers. Digital Pictures. When the Mega CD made its American debut, it needed software that could show what it was capable of. Night Trap and Sewer Shark gave the Mega CD true interactive movies, complete with real actors and actresses and special effects, which, in the case of Sewer Shark, were directed by none other than John Dykstra, the man behind the special effects in Star Wars. What's more, the gameplay was far more involving than that of Wolf Team's efforts, with Sewer Shark providing shoot-'em-up action and Night Trap allowing you to save a bevy of teenage girls from death by trapping their pursuers. Real actors and actresses, I bet. This does make me pine for the days of, as controller, pull the plug, Doctor. Who's deciding these ratings? 1 million years dungeon for them. The guy that did the shit from Spaceballs, wow. The glorious Western FMV games from American Land of the 3 are better than because they have real people in them instead of silly cartoons. Expanding on the interactive theme, they also created the Make My Video series. Through various flimsy plot devices, these allowed you to mix and match your own music videos, simultaneously allowing various pop stars to cash in on the current video games fad, with Crisscross, In Excess and CNC Music Factory currently riding the bandwagon. Is Marky Mark not good enough for you? Digital Pictures aren't the only American programming house creating FMV games for the Mega CD though. ICOM have converted their Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective series from the PC Engine. Ooh. Rather than just interacting with an ongoing film, these require you to uncover each section of the plot by investigating old London town. Both games are worth seeing just for the hammy acting and dreadful Americanized Cockney accents. Do not adjust your set. Of course, the Mega Drive was never designed to be a movie projector, and unfortunately, it shows. All the games I've mentioned suffer from grainy graphics and a small FMV display window. Sega realised this pretty early on and came up with a remedy. Cinepack! Trademark. See the feature later on in the mag. already used successfully on Macintosh and Windows. Trademark. Based. Wait, how come Macintosh doesn't get a trademark but Windows does? Based CD-ROM systems. This video compression software enables the Mega CD to run smoother FMV and increases the size of the action window. It also allows the CD to store more video footage. Dracula Unleashed and Ground Zero Texas both feature clearer visuals and a larger action window. Dragon's Lair is actually displayed at full screen size, and Double Switch, the sequel to Night Trap, fits onto only one disc in comparison to Night Trap, which needed two. You missed that one. Try another out of 10. I look forward to the wonderful future of interactive entertainment promised by groundbreaking experiences like Who Shot Johnny Rock. Did they mention any American laser games here? No. No, there's no, I don't think any of those came out over here. No, there's not a single mention. That's weird. Okay, well, let's... The recent upsurge of FMV games for the Mega CD is staggering. Oh. I've seen a sneak preview. I don't like it. Already seen on every other game format going, the park now comes to the Mega CD. Taking the form of a first-person perspective adventure, you have to explore the remote island for precious dinosaur eggs, whilst avoiding the escaped prehistoric beasts. There's tons of full-motion video, some of it filmed on the actual Jurassic Park set, with stop-motion video of models used to animate the dinosaurs themselves. There's even a live-motion dinosaur field guide played by renowned paleontologist Dr. Robert T. Backer. Dracula Unleashed. This brilliant FMV chiller was showcased last issue. Similar to the events of the original Dracula story, it's up to you, as Texan aristocrat Arthur Morris, to enlist the help of Dracula's old foes and destroy the Prince of Darkness. The format is similar to the Sherlock Holmes games. However, Dracula Unleashed is leagues ahead with smoother, clearer FMV, a far more gripping plot, and even dodgier acting. Essential Mega CD stuff. Mystery Mansion, yes. A spooky adventure where you wander around a haunted house searching for your sister. Mansion. What? Just mansion. Just mansion. Fully rendered in 3D by a far more powerful computer. What? All the graphics in the game have been brought to the Mega CD through FMV. The result is truly gobsmacking. Check out this month's showcase and review to see for yourself. The unofficial sequel to Night Trap, Double Switch, puts you in control of all the security systems in a block of flats as you attempt to protect the tenants of the evils of crime. Superior to its predecessor in terms of FMV quality, disc accessing speed and gameplay, it's fast, it's fun, and the twisty-turny plot keeps you hooked. Read the full showcase and review this very issue. Yeah, you box Dracula and Dracula Unleashed. Knuckle up, Nosferatu. Ground Zero Texas, aliens have landed, taking on human form as they have infiltrated a small Texas town and proceeded to secretly eat the occupants. Enter you, the Pentagon's #1 tactical operative. Using a series of battle cameras, it's up to you to stop the impending alien invasion. Fail and the Pentagon have a B-2 bomber ready to nuke the town. Featuring some of the best FMV seen on the Mega CD to date, Ground Zero Texas is a fairly enjoyable shooting game. Only fairly. My sister, the mansion is trapped inside a larger mansion. I love light novels. Please, mansion was my mother. Call me Hidden Souls. Marked for death. Oh shit, what? Hold on. What fucking movie is that? Oh. Oh no. The villain's called Screwface? Did they try and control F house with mansion and somehow totally fucked up? Probably. Mega CD Mad Dog 1 and 2 was only in the US, thank you. I thought so. Wait, Mad Dog 2 came out on Mega CD? Wow. Would you believe? It's an FMV boxing game. Viewed from a first-person perspective, you look 4 real opponents right in the eye as they lay in the punches. Filmed in black and white, it has a very strong boxing movie feel, and that's not surprising because the whole thing was directed by the man behind the fights in Raging Bull and Rocky 3. It's a novel idea that works well, but unfortunately the action is viewed through a rather small window. Not just movies. Interactive movies aren't the only games that use full motion video. Take cartridge to CD conversions like Pugsy, Chuck Rock 2, Spider-Man and Echo. They all have FMV intros. Even Sonic the Hedgehog's Mega CD debut came complete with a fancy cartoon intro. Of course, it was only a matter of time before real movies gained airtime on the Mega CD, and games of the films such as Bram Stoker's Dracula, Dune and Cliffhanger all feature footage from the blockbuster movies, but surely there are better uses for full motion video than that. Indeed there are. Take Sylphid. Did you really think that the fantastic polygon intro and all that incredible backdrops were created by the Mega CD? Don't be a fool. The Mega CD is dying, I mean, not a chance. They were all generated on a superior machine capable of rendering 3D graphics, then downloaded frame by frame onto the Mega CD. They hooked up an Ethernet cable. Oh no, Crime Patrol 2 did not make it to the Mega CD. Oh, pour one out for a real one. Likewise with this month's awesome looking Mystery Mansion. Thus, by using FMV, the Mega CD can effectively display the graphical talents of much greater computers and take all the credit for itself. Great, eh? So there you have it, games that look like films, sound like films, and play like games. Admittedly, they still have a long way to go before they're fully interactive, but what FMV games lack in playability, they more than make up for in sheer atmosphere. After all, how much stronger a feeling of really being there can you get from your console than through real film and real sounds? One thing's for sure though, next time I show the latest games to the Clan McGuys, they won't be able to criticise the unrealistic graphics. Nah, they'll just tell me how much better the acting was in their days. I mean, take that Cary Grant fella, now that's acting. And as for Buster Keaton, well, you know what? The Clan McGuys are right. They're right to say it. Play like games, citation needed. If you want to know what's going on in the world of Mega CD, there's only one place to go. Oh no! Sega Multimedia Studios, they're the people who made Jurassic Park and Wild Woody in Redwood, California, costing $10 million to build and employing over 200 software specialists. It's there that all Sega's latest FMV games are being developed. To give you an idea of how much work goes into each game, Jurassic Park CD, the studio's first release, took nearly 20 months to develop and employed a team of 25 studio artists, musicians, and programmers to put it together. Yep, FMV games are big business. $10 million for Wild Woody. You could go to the place where Wild Woody was conjured is a threat. That actually sounds like really similar to what happened with STI, because early on, one of the bigwigs at Sega Japan was furious that they'd spent like $100,000 on setting up STI and they only had one game to show for it, Dick Tracy. Anyway, so what can we expect to see on the next on the FMV front? Well, Smash Hit arcade gun games, Mad Dog McCree and Who Shot Johnny Rock are being converted in the US, although they probably won't be appearing here. Also on the way is Rebel Assault, courtesy of JVC. Currently this seems to be almost identical to the PC CD-ROM version, bar the slightly grainier FMV. However, all the cutscenes and playability appear to have been retained in the conversion. Sega themselves haven't been idle either. They have their 4th generation of Mega CD games lined up, and at the forefront is Tomcat Alley, a stunning FMV shoot-'em-up, which puts you in the seat of an F-14 Tomcat. Featuring some incredible aerial action displayed in full-screen FMV, this promises previously unseen levels of interaction. Exciting stuff! Yeah, Dick Tracy is like fine, but also that game gets incredibly difficult. I've never seen, like, at some point it just gets like really ridiculous. Welcome to Cinepack. During the 1993 Summer CES show, Sega revealed that they had signed the rights to use Cinepak in their full-motion video Mega CD games. Sega Magazine takes a look at Cinepak, its benefits to the games player, and the games you can expect to see in the near future. Love things you can't have, magazine. Intrigued at the prospect of being able to play full-motion video interactive movies on your Mega CD? A bit disappointed by the small windows and grainy textures in early Mega CD titles? Well, fear not, Sega were the first to see the limitations of their current technology and decided that they could do better. The first step was to make contact with a company known as SuperMac, innovative designers of Macintosh computer utilities. They had developed an exciting new Mac programming utility, known at that time as Compact Video. This program enabled FMV game producers to significantly cut down the amount of CD space FMV took up. In basic terms, more CD space means more FMV, so the technique is exceptionally valuable. In some cases, the program was able to cut down as much as 50% of the disk space used. What a deal! SuperMac are now claiming that they can fit an entire motion picture onto just one CD. Can you imagine? The Cinepak process. In turning basic canned film footage into Mega CD full motion video, two basic stages are employed. First of all, the footage is digitized on an Apple Mac using software similar to the kind we use to take screenshots of games in Sega Magazine. Next, the digitized footage is saved on the Mac in a format known as QuickTime. The QuickTime file is then compressed by SuperMac's Cinepak software and saved in a format used by the Mega CD. Special programs are utilized by Sega's programmers to decode the compressed Cinepak FMV and display it on screen in real time. You know what? This is actually really interesting and informative. Why isn't the rest of the magazine like this? Full movie at a resolution of 120 by 0. Cinepak tech specs. Cinepak has a number of different modes that programmers can make use of. Tomcat Alley, now 3 words, the game featured in this article, pushes Cinepak to its limits in producing full-screen full-motion video, a first for the Mega CD. Frame rates. Full-screen images are 12 frames per second. Half-screen images, we'll find that out in a second. Sega are rightly proud of their link-up with SuperMac. Using their advanced Cinepak technology, Mega CD titles are becoming ever more sophisticated, with even larger full-motion video windows. Tomcat Alley, pictured here, is the most recent example of the new technology. Yeah, I didn't know QuickTime was used either. We don't know who wrote this feature. Good start. Tomcat Alley is one of Sega's much vaunted 4th generation Mega CD titles and is looking rather good. Sorry, catching up with chat a little here. Yeah, Dick Tracy's music is pretty good. By Takayuki Nakamura of Outrunners fame. Nice. 25 frames per second. The same as cinema films. It's cinematic. Compression ratio. 2:1 for most movies, up to 5:1 for animations, depending on the complexity of the images. Color palettes. A maximum of 4 16 color palettes, 64 colors, with the palettes being updated every frame. Audio processing. 16 kHz, 8-bit mono audio from the movie soundtrack. Note: Cinepak also allows programmers to include their own background graphics with Cinepak full motion video. Tomcat Alley mini preview. In their quest to bring full motion interactive movie experience home to the Mega CD, Sega have produced many mini classics. Dracula Unleashed last month and now Double Switch. However, the most promising looking is Tomcat Alley, previewed at the recent Winter CES show. Tomcat Alley is the most audacious, use of Cinepak technology yet. Whilst proving very effective in cutting Double Switch down to one CD but having the same amount of footage as the dual disc Nighttrap, it also enables programmers to display much larger images on screen. Tomcat Alley is the first full motion video title to have true full screen FMV, and the results, as you can see from our exclusive screenshots, are exceptionally impressive. The range of footage employed is breathtaking. FMV intermissions convey a strong plot, while the in-game action is depicted using real film footage as well. The result? A very slick game indeed. The title bears a slight resemblance in terms of gameplay to the aging Firefox Laserdisc coin-op, but has tons more footage and diversity. Of course, the real question is, how well does it play? Well, here's where we start getting into review territory. We'll be giving Tomcat Alley the exclusive lowdown in the next couple of months. Oh! Hold on. Oh wow, there's a lot of info here, good. Good work. It was used on 4th and 5th generation consoles like Atari Jaguar CD, Sega CD, Saturn and 3DO. Oh, thanks for that, Shark. Good work. Supersonic Warriors. Ever on the quest for the ultimate stories for Sega Magazine, we are proud to bring you a world exclusive, a conversation with Hirokazu Yasuhara, the director and lead games designer for Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and key member of Sega of America's elite programming team, the Sega Technical Institute. Sega Technical Institute were given a rather tall order when they started to create Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The aim was to create the ultimate Sonic experience, a game similar in execution to previous Sonic outings, but much better. Much, much better. Elite. The only criticism levelled at the show was casual observers at the Las Vegas CES show was that Sonic 3 was perhaps too similar to its previous outings. Yes, the graphics are better, but why limit yourself to the same platform formula? The answer is that Sega of America's market research told them that most games players are happy with that formula, and to coin a phrase, why fix something that isn't broken? Mr. Yasuhara and his team at STI were given an enormous card specification for Sonic 3. The game is 16 megabits, twice the size of Sonic 2, and also benefits from FRAM, a new form of battery backup. With the larger size of the cartridge, we thought we were able to add large-scale traps and various actions we could not put in former versions due to the limitations of capacity, sums up Mr. Yasuhara. As well as new hazards and gameplay options, Sonic 3 also has levels that are over 3 times the size of similar levels in Sonic 2. But STI weren't happy with just bigger levels. The fact that there were 2 players in the game posed interesting possibilities. Right from the beginning, STI planned to have cooperative gameplays by Sonic and Miles. The ability for Sonic and Tails to interact turned up in the game, in the form of the plucky young fox being able to carry Sonic about on his aerial escapades. Creating Sonic 3 was an arduous task, even for a programming team as large and talented as the Sega Technical Institute, except that this was only worked on by the Japanese side. They locked the Americans out and jangled their car keys with stuff like Sonic Spinball. Oh! There's a mod to replace the battery-backed RAM in Sega Saturn with an FRAM chip? Ooh. Yeah, reminder, STI equals Sega Technical Institute, not, Okay, I have a funny story about that. So, I was looking into STI history for the Ooze article pending. And they originally wanted to call it the Sega Institute of Technology. But Mark Cerny, who was there, informed the Japanese side that, we can't really call it that because Japanese people tend to pronounce S on its own as SH. And, well, Basically, it would sound like shit. So they went with STI instead, which, in hindsight, may have been slightly worse. Cerny opposed to accurate names. Sega High Institute of Technology, good. Blah, 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 blah. The final Sonic 3 code was delivered after 7 months intense work. If you take into account rough planning as well, that figure leaps up to... Don't keep us in suspense. Oh. Roger Hector jump scare. Not as bad as artificial mind and movement shortened name true. Meet Roger Hector, Vice President of Sega Technical Institute. His brief was to top Sonic 2, a very daunting task. Just one of the members of Sega Technical Institute responsible for the mammoth game that is Sonic 3. What's his name? Simply and tersely replied. What was... yeah, that interview. Is that the reason you changed the name? Yes. Sonic and Tails return for one of their special stage-styled jaunts in Sonic 3. These sections of the game have always been technically advanced. Remember the amazing sections in Sonic 1, 2 and CD? Sonic surrounded by the Chaos Emeralds. This marks the first arrival of Knuckles, the purple echidna character designed by Mr. Yasuhara and his team. The cooperative gameplay between Sonic and Miles in action. Another new idea put forward and included in Sonic 3. Of course, not everything that Mr. 11 months worth of intense work. Of course, not everything that Mr. Yasuhara and his team wanted ended up in the finished game. Though I cannot give you examples of what didn't make it into the game, more than 3 times of ideas that which were actually put into the final game were considered. Most of these ideas could not be used due to cartridge size, development schedule, and hardware limitations. You don't say. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Simply and tersely replied yes is so funny. In every new title from Sega Technical Institute, we have seen the addition of a new character. Sonic... Well, CD wasn't but... Oh, whatever. Sonic 2 introduced Miles Tails Prower, while Sonic CD witnessed the arrival of Amy Rose. Yes, definitely witnessed. Both characters are scheduled to appear in more Sonic titles. See the news section for word on Game Gear title Sonic... Oh, somebody forgot to put that in. Sonic Drift. Sonic 3 involves the debut of Knuckles, the large-fisted echidna hoodwinked into Robotnik's service. We asked Mr. Yasuhara what process was involved in creating a new Sonic character like Knuckles or Amy. We think it is very important to create new characters in order to keep the Sonic world expanding. We plan to create a strong character in the early stage of developing Sonic 3. We designed many characters with the concept of making Sonic's rival, who must be cool and have a special capability. At last, Knuckles was chosen as the new character for Sonic 3. His name came from his large gloves. Knuckles shows up all over the game, using his super-powered fists to knock things over and generally cause a lot of bother for Sonic and his Fox-related sidekick. As well as the basic Sonic games, we have also seen titles spun off from the original games, such as Sonic Chaos and Sonic Spinball. Yet to be released is the isometric perspective Sonic Coin-Op. Mr. Yasuhara told us that there are no plans to his knowledge to convert the arcade game to the Mega Drive. Unabated, we asked whether we would ever see a home version of Sonic depicted in that perspective. There was a plan to use the technique of the perspective for Sonic 3, reveals Mr. Yasuhara, but this did not happen because of various reasons I cannot tell at this moment about the future possibility... because of various reasons. I cannot tell at this moment about the future possibility of seeing this perspective in Sonic games. We at Sega Magazine are excited to report that Knuckles loves to chuckle and does it constantly. They say Sonic CD was done in... Yeah, they do. It's the next paragraph over. Mr. Yasuhara and his team are Japanese, having coded the original Sonic the Hedgehog game for Sega of Japan. For Sonic 2, Sega of America oversaw the creation of one of the most important games ever. Sonic CD, though, was the province of Sega of Japan. Puzzled, we asked Mr. Yasuhara why products are split between Sega's 2 largest divisions and whether this is one Sonic team. Although there were changes of members, basically yes. The reason why those games are divided between Japan and America is that each market has different preferences. And just how big is the team responsible for Sonic 3? The project team consists of 3 designers, 3 programmers and 7 artists. Also, many people worked on the music for this title. You don't say. Will there ever be plans to depict an isometric perspective in a Sonic game at home? This is foreshadowing. The spin-off titles like Spinball are handled by different teams, although exceptional care is taken to make sure that the way they use the characters and situations remains faithful to the precedent set by the STI. That was made by STI! Ah! God! Video games, the future. Kirokazu Yasuhara comes across as someone who cares very deeply about video games and is very concerned about the state of the market at the moment. It seems that there are too many similar games recently. I'm afraid that it might cause the decrease of power in the industry, he states. However, he remains hopeful for the future. I hope innovative games will appear in the near future and reactivate the industry. However, please note that this does not mean that the new technologies such as polygon graphics and animation should be used, but that we should continue to research the quality of games. I, personally, would like to create more character games which are unique, as well as the basic styles of all video games. So what sort of video games do you like to play, we asked. Once in a while, I play role-playing and simulation games, but I do prefer European board games to video games. Duly noted. Match! He plays computer games. He reads Match. And he plays football. What else is there to do? Match. Ooh, a rare tilde. The football mag that matters. Get it every week. Hey, look at him. He's having so much fun. Here's his mugshot. Arrested for hedgehog crimes. Oh, they couldn't even get his name right. Fuck. Hirokazu Yas... Oh. Was it... Wait, was I reading it wrong? Was I reading it wrong and getting it right? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, Hirokazu, yeah. Average football fan in their natural state, grumpy. Hold on, wait. Good. The Batman! There he is! I hope a reader takes them to task over this in the fan mail next issue. Yeah, I fucking hope so too. They were giving that guy shit about defiantly buying Sega Magazine. You can't spell the name of the guy working on Sonic 3, right? Oh, that's interesting. Those are from the SNES tournament fighters. Oh, shit. Jez, please come back from the war. Yeah, that's the Japanese tournament fighters manual. Comic games. Comics, eh? Aren't they great? Loads of characters with superhuman abilities, plenty of action and distinctive artistic styles. Perfect stuff for video games. In a wide-ranging survey, Richard Ledbetter was forced to play every single Mega Drive and Mega CD title based on a comic. Find out in this report which are superb and which are just, comic. Oh, yeah! Sonic the Comic Fleetway. No, that's the wrong one! Good start. First of all, I will admit that I'm a bit of a comics fan. Not quite in the league of, ooh, I must have that Superman 43 because it features the debut of Red Kryptonite. Sadness. Shut up. But I do enjoy the odd graphic novel and quite like to pick up the occasional X-Men or Stydered Man comic. Styder friends, go for it! Styder-Man games make up a significant proportion of the comic games available for the Mega Drive and Mega CD. The first game to be released in this genre was Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin. It burst onto the Mega Drive scene and impressed a lot of people with its large sprites, myriad of supervillains and addictive gameplay. Nowadays, it's looking a bit dated and has been superseded in the platform game stakes. However, it's now out at the very reasonable price of $19.99 and is well worth a look. Sticking in the Spider-Man market, Acclaim recently entered the fray with their rather good Spider-Man X-Men Arcade's Revenge. This game features Spidey with 4 different X-Men for you to control. The platform action is very addictive and exceptionally tough too. However, since the likes of Sonic 2, Rocket Knight Adventures and Flashback are available at the same price, it is by no means a priority purchase. Rather good. I looked up Red Kryptonite on Wikipedia and it claims it debuted in Superman number 61. They can't even get their own gags right. I'm a nerd, but I'm not a nerd. You work at Sega Mag, you climb, shut up. Finally, if you're a Mega CD owner, instead of interested in a spot of wall crawling, you might be intrigued, remember what we learned about that word, by the prospect of Spider-Man CD. The plot is much the same as the cart version. Kingpin plants bomb, frames Spidey, Spidey fights back, runs into supervillains en route, you get the idea. However, there are plenty more locations, plus a soundtrack from one of the guys in the metal band Mr. Big. It's an okay purchase and Spidey fans will probably love it. However, for CD platform action, Sonic CD is far superior. Spidey fans should be cue crap joke climbing the walls with excitement on learning that Spider-Man is returning to the Mega Drive to team up with his arch nemesis Venom. Expect to see sideways scrolling beat-em-up action and some 3D web swinging. Bring on the big guns. Bring home the bacon. Calling Lunar Lander sad, giving Time Gal 2 stars in Sewer Shark 4, claiming that Arcade's Revenge is rather good. I think these guys just fucking hate video games. Tournament Fighters on Mega Drive is weird. Like, it has infinite throw loops, and also it's a 2-button fighter, because one of the buttons is just the taunt button. Very important, though. The X-Men are massive comic sellers, so it's only natural that they'd be digitized for the Mega Drive. 4 of them, Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm and Gambit, appear in the Spider-Man X-Men game, which I've already mentioned. However, eagle-eyed comic fans should notice that Cyclops and Wolverine are wearing the wrong costumes. Well, they're wearing their older costumes. Get it right. Less liberties have been taken with the characters in Sega's own interpretation of the X-Men. The game is a visually pleasing, playable little platform number for the 1 or 2 players, emphasising the teamwork prevalent in the comic series, even though it makes the game even harder. It features 6 taxing levels and plenty of secrets for players to discover. Highly recommended stuff. A fine purchase for the piffling sum of $19.99 of your English pound sterling. Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin. Superman. The game is also almost as bad as the shockingly awful top 3 single of the same name. Who remembers that? Retweet if you remember Superman. Turtles Tournament Fighters. As you can see, the action is highly reminiscent of Capcom's Street Fighter 2. And why not? No, they're just British. Virtual VCR and Sega CD does have Mr. Big on there. Remember when Mom put the kettle on Ash caption? The Caped Crusader is another enduring comics character, and with some rather spiffy movies around as well, he's prime material for conversion to the old Mega Drive, and indeed Mega CD. A game released a couple of years back to critical acclaim was Batman, a tie-in with the top grossing movie of the year. Programmed by Sunsoft, it was one of the premier platform games of its time. It features mean and moody graphics which match the style of the film perfectly. The platform beat-em-up action is quite enjoyable as well. For the time, the sound and music were absolutely fantastic. The sound it's still pretty good even by today's standards. If you can pick this up cheaply, we highly recommend it. Not so great is Batman Returns, programmed by Sega, actually by Malibu Interactive, and tied in with the follow-up to the successful first movie. It's pretty standard platform fare, and though the graphics are nice, the game isn't quite up to scratch in the playability department. The greatest Batman game of all, and is definitely the Mega CD version of Batman Returns. The title is split into 2 very distinct sections. First of all, you get the okay-ish kart version, which has been considerably spruced up with excellent soundtracks and a faster pace, but it's still much the same in the playability department. However, the second part of the game is absolutely amazing. The coders have made full use of the Mega CD's facilities to bring us a driving game that is simply stunning. This section has a 3D update that is fast and smooth as any coin-op, and the graphics are outstanding. The gameplay is also rather excellent, making it one of the best Mega CD titles to date. Suffice to say, if you have a Mega CD, Batman Returns is an absolutely essential buy. I hope I've made that point clear enough. There's a Batman 3 movie coming out this year, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a Mega Drive interpretation of that particular motion picture. Is that the one based on Dynamite Batman? Oh, yeah, the double jump is kind of weird in that game. I quite like Batman on Mega Drive. Just hold out for the coin-op version of Batman 3, yes! You know what's up. Whoa, okay. Sonic is a character who began life as a video game character before making his way over to comics. Some Sonic CD action. Just about all the Sonic titles available are excellent and well worth investing in. Villains as well as heroes end up in comic conversions, as depicted here. It's the Absorbing Man, you know. Some excellent graphical hallmarks in the Mega Drive version of The Incredible Hulk. It's out in June and is looking good. Referred to by Sonic CD as the platform game of the year. One of the best comic translations yet is the Mega CD version of Batman Returns. Isn't it funny how many comic characters end up in platform games? Well, Asterix is one example. The Mega Drive's powerful sprite handling can produce some excellent, realistic comic-related visuals. Asterix is no exception. Also, this is my favourite bit of promo art, Sonic promo art from the day. Love it. 10 out of 10, no notes. No, I don't think the Mega Drive version of Batman Return of the Revenge of the Joker was by Sunsoft. I think they put it out to somebody else. You just can't keep those Marvel people down, can you? They have at least 2 more Mega Drive titles available or coming soon, featuring some of their most celebrated creations. Out now is Captain America and the Avengers. It's a sideways scrolling progressive beat-em-up with some shooty bits in it. It also has simultaneous 2-player action, just like the coin-op from which it's converted. Not bad overall, but scrappy graphics and a lack of challenge make this seem lacking compared to the likes of Streets of Rage 2, and indeed 3. Available in June of this year is the translation of Marvel's Incredible Hulk from US Gold. This is looking most impressive in the polish and graphics departments and seems quite playable. However, US Gold have taken some liberties with the character. Hulk isn't half as strong as he should be, and he still turns back to Bruce Banner, something he hasn't done for several years in the comics. Well, get you. You just can't keep that hedgehog out of any Sega-related feature these days, can you? Here we're getting into contentious territory, since the Sonic video games actually spawned the comics rather than vice versa. Still, I've decided to make them count anyway. You must have all seen that original Sonic the Hedgehog game. It's been packaged with most Mega Drives for years now. It's still not a bad little platformer with some special effects and playability that are still superior to some of today's latest titles. Things really got moving with the release of Sonic 2. It's absolutely brilliant, with loads of levels and some stunning graphics. Definitely one of the greatest platformers ever produced without a shadow of a doubt, and it hasn't really aged that badly at all. So if you're after a stunning platform game, Sonic 2 is well worth a look. Genesis music by T. Tallarico, citation needed. Oh no, Ringler Studios. Oh, sorry. When did Amy get activated? Hold on, let's have a move around. Come on, Amy. Bless you, you're just getting in the way a little. So we'll move Megadroid over here. I need him close to me. I need his support more than ever. There, that should do. Oh! Mega Drive Incredible Hulk has a Matt Furniss soundtrack. Nice. This game from 2 years ago hasn't aged badly at all. Released last year is another Sonic epic. This time for Mega CD owners. Sonic CD is definitely the largest Sonic game available, with 7 massive zones, each with 3 sub-levels, plus a time travel feature that brings the total level count well past the 50 mark. If you rush straight through the game, you'll complete it in less than a week. However, there are 3 different ways to finish the game, and the longer methods are far harder. Released on the same day as Sonic CD was Sonic Spinball for the Mega Drive. At first we were totally... Ooh, controversy. At first we were totally bowled over with the sheer brilliance of this title. However, although it is extremely playable and some of the pin tables are just ace... Is pin tables a real word? The game is only 8 meg with only 4 tables, 3 of which we'd completed in a weekend. Still, it's one of the best pinball sims on the Mega Drive though, and the playability does keep you coming back for quite a while, even if you've completed it. Finally, we have the groundbreaking Sonic 3. We brought you the exclusive review in last month's Sega Magazine, but in case you've forgotten, we should remind you of the levels 3 times the size of Sonic 2's, the new 2-player modes, the fantastic new sounds, the sheer depth of the game. I think you get the idea. The more levels, the more value for money. The more content. Sorry. The 8-bit Incredible Hulk also has a Furnace score good. Konami are widely regarded as purveyors of fine Mega Drive products, and their 2 entrants into the comics Mega Drive scene have both been successful. Teenage Mutant Ninja Hero Turtles, the Hyperstone Heist, is a sideways scrolling progressive beat-em-up that looks and plays similar to the successful coin-op of a few years back. It's good fun and playable, but a tad easy. The second Turtles game is Turtles Tournament Fighters, a one-on-one beat-em-up in the style of Street Fighter 2. There are loads of characters to choose from. There's 8. And some smart, yes, special moves, making for a solid title. We've covered the majority of titles by now, but a number of them defy simple genre headings. Look out for Asterix, Core Design, X-Mutants, Sega, Robocop vs. the Terminator, Virgin, Superman, Virgin, and the forthcoming manga classic Akira from THQ, that didn't get released. The characters on offer in the Turtles game enables players to get their hands on loads of their comic heroes, as long as they were in the Turtles comic. April O'Neil suddenly develops martial arts techniques and turns against her friends, the Turtles. Surely not. This game features characters from 2 different comic series, all in one title. A lot of comics-related games feature some panels to draw you into the action, just like the Spider-Man X-Man game. I hear you have to scan your face if you want to use the words ninja or nunchuck on the internet now. Don't worry, we can just use Sam Death Stranding's face instead. Purveyors of fine Mega Drive products since 1831. I think Hyperstone Heist is my favourite Turtles brawler. It's got just enough that's different, and I think it plays better than most of the others. Turtle, air quotes, power. First time you ever heard the term pin tables? Can we... Didn't they do a showcase on this last time? Happy, happy, joy, joy. Ren and Stimpy have finally made it to the Mega Drive, despite the fact that hardly anyone in Britain had heard of them until a few weeks ago. In fact, most of you probably won't even understand the catchphrase at the start of this here showcase. If you don't, you won't really get the most out of the Ren and Stimpy game. However, if you're a fan like Rad Automatic is, then this title may be of interest to you. Christ. Of course he wrote on Ren and Stimpy. Well, he calls them the intriguing cat and dog duo. So we know he's making shit up. From the garden of their house, where the vegetation is teeming with enemies, through to the fridge, where even the thermostat is alive with evil. Okay, you know what? Okay, this got a laugh. In this picture, Ren has inflated himself over the backdrop of a tree. Here, Ren is still inflated, but this time the backdrop is a hill. And now, both Ren and Stimpy are fully inflated. Interesting. Why do all the screenshots on this page have to do with Ren and Stimpy being inflated? Fine imported American Sakuga, Ren and Stimpy. The UK had only just got Nickelodeon, that's right. Why do all the screenshots... I like that it launched with its own version of Get the Picture. Intriguing, you might say. It appears that both Ren and Stimpy have been inexplicably inflated. How embarrassing. Rad, did you choose these shots? We're not judging, we just want to know. Oh my god, there's 4 fucking... Oh no, there's only... Another hilarious moment in the wacky lives of Ren and Stimpy captured for posterity. Woohoo! Look how very amusing this all is. Tee-hee-hee, oh how funny it is to laugh. It's far too early in the morning to do funny captions. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We're closing in on the end, believe it or not. We're actually getting there. Here, Ren is inflated. Man should. Oh, thank you, Shark. Yes, nice shot. Does anyone recognize that? Does anyone know what that was? Because I do. That's one for the fighting game freaks out there. Although Micro Machines has only been available officially for a few months, it is already well on its way to becoming something of a modern classic. Rad Automatic examines what made the Mega Drive version so great and takes a look at the Master System and Game Gear versions too. Micro Machines, eh? A title that conjures up the image of cars, little ones, that come in collections of 5. But behind the seemingly innocent facade of dinky toys to choke your kids on lies a sinister secret. The playthings are actually the... He does that for an entire paragraph. He does that for a whole paragraph. I'm not reading that. No. No, go fuck yourself. No, I'm not doing it. We're drawing a line in the sand. Micro Machines first came to light absolutely yonks ago, but the official Mega Drive release was delayed considerably by legal problems, all wrangling out of the way and everybody happy. The game hit the shelves and sold out about a zillion times over. Now the hype is due to start all over again, as the Master System and Game Gear versions are about to be unleashed onto the market. You don't have to read bad copy, thank you. Hi, Bobinator. No, it's fine. We've had to skip an entire paragraph here because I got to this bit. The playthings are actually the creation of Omabo, the evil, and then I sort of died a little inside. Oh no, we've got... How many pages? Oh, we've got like 30 pages left to go. We're not done. We are not done. Anyway, the nice shot was nice chin chin from Millie and Arthur Arcana Blood. How many of these people are still alive and or have social media accounts? I don't condone harassing people, neither do I. I just want to talk to them. I just want to talk, that's all. This paragraph is also an excuse to continue hazing the new staff member. Ah, yes. This caliber of humour is not developed in response to what people think. 3 shots to be precise. This is fucked. Right, let's keep going. Planes, trains, and automobiles, except the first 2. There are 7 vehicles to master in Micro Machines. Each one requires a different technique for best results, and learning how to handle each doohickey is part of the challenge. Each transport and their various qualities are listed here. Warriors. Big, lumbering metal behemoths with explosive-laden bumpers. Crashing into another warrior results in an explosion, which costs both participants valuable time. The courses set on a garage floor are pretty tricky. Oil slicks make cornering difficult, spilt glue slows the vehicles up, and sudden bottlenecks stop your little car in its tracks. Stream announces a new angrier pipe too specifically for racial slurs and game mags. What was Jaz doing since he left again? Yeah, Jaz Rignall fucked off since issue 2. Oh no. To be like 1000% clear, we here at the Gaming Hell stream do not condone you bother any of the people who wrote this stuff. But we are here to wring entertainment out of it. I bet the writers all had toy Ferrari nose candy dispensers. Good. If it sucks, hit the bricks. Okay. The boats themselves are actually quite easy to control, but their environment really makes your life difficult. Each speedboat race is set in a bath from which the very plug has been pulled. This means that as well as contending with the rubber duckies, bars of soap, tunnels, although Lord knows where they come from, and bubbles, there's also the demon plug hole, a vortex ready to suck you in. Great skill is needed to negotiate this, plus the bubbles which conspire to bounce you all over the shop. Nah, I'm good. The Game Gear version of Micro Machines introduces an all-new feature. As well as having a two-player link-up option, it also has an option for two people to play on the same Game Gear at the same time. For this, you turn the Game Gear on its side. The cars both accelerate constantly, and one person steers left and right with the joypad, while the other player uses Start and Button 1! Whilst this isn't a perfect way to play, it's easy enough once you get the hang of it and helps out if none of your friends have a Game Gear. The start button! As well as the tournament option, there's another race setup where you can play a single race or a best of 7 tourney. In the tournament, the events are randomly selected, although you're allowed to choose a car if you're just competing in a single race. Instead of facing 3 opponents, you only race against 1, and instead of having to cross the line after 4 laps first, you're presented with a bar of 8 points. To start with, 4 of these points are blue and 4 are red. Every time your opponent touches the back of the screen, another point changes to your colour. The first person to score 8 points, or the person with the most points after 4 laps, wins the race. However, as the screen follows both players, it means that when you're right on the top of the screen and trying desperately to cut a corner to give you that extra millimetre, you have absolutely no idea where you're going unless you know the tracks very well. There was probably meant to be a comma there. It's also possible to play this game with 2 human players, and it's this which gives the game much staying power. Hey look, it's another Rough Trucks pick. Wait for the absolutely brilliant screen and press all 3 buttons on both Game Gears to access this. It's Link-tastic! If you're not much into racing cars, but you like a bit of tennis, Micro Machines is still the game for you. Hidden inside the Micro Machines is a game called John the Programmer's Squinky Tennis, a 2-player link-up tennis game. You need to enter a secret button code listed below as you turn 2 linked and micro-machined Game Gears on to get this. Look out for more classic old games hidden in future releases. What? This isn't a perfect way to play Understatement of the Decade. Something on the next page. Ooh. Is it literally like this bit here? Have you no games playing skill at all? Oh Christ! Oh, I don't like that at all. Look out for more old games and new games. Rad, don't write checks you can't cash. What would what? I'm trying to think of like. It's it's not the strongest insult in the world, but it's like I wouldn't. Yeah, there we go. Urban Dictionary. Thank you. Is it worse than I remember it being? Derogatory slang. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Collins Dictionary. Appreciate you. Yeah. That appeared in Decap Attack. Yeah, similar sort of vibe. Wouldn't use it in polite conversation. Let's put it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it's what it sounds like it means. It's not super offensive, but it has like I wouldn't like to use it. Fortunately, we can skip quite a few pages, so we're closing in on the end. Dominic David of Handsworth reckons there's a secret tournament in this aging golf game. Just enter this password. 9999999. Good. Wolf Cyborg Justice. Okay, we'll just have a quick look, see if there's anything of note here. Ooh, there's all the fatalities. Wow, aren't those Street Fighter 2 cheats we printed in issue 1 good? Oh, you don't know because you only have a 3-button pad? Ahaha, no, stop, it's really not funny. No, it isn't, perp. Look, cheer up, because we're about to reveal how to get those cheats using a 3-button pad. Oh, and there's like passwords for zombies sort of nestled in with the X-Men? Okay, that's fine. Marky Mark, make my video. Hold down A and C and press start to go to the U direct mode, and then press A, B and C followed by right on the D-pad to access a hidden scene involving Marky Mark and loads of girls. Saucy devil. Practically saying it was the 90s while holding a gun to one's head like Beat Takeshi. Psychic damage in magazine form. Robocod codes, yeah. There's worse things you could say to me what it means, but it's a term that belongs in the bin, true. We must keep going. What? What's this Ninja Gaiden tip? Simply don't use any throwing stars until old Ninja Boy has gained 999 combat points. Why? Because then he can enjoy infinite shuriken and fireballs. Really? Does that work? Huh. Oh, yes. Fatalities for the Game Gear version of Mortal Kombat, yes. Smart detected on Shinobi. Oh, hold on. To bring a below select on this rather old but nonetheless smart ninja platformer. Push down and press button 2 when Joe Musashi's face appears. Good to know. Okay, so this is the Master System version of Road Rash. Road Rash has been a long time in the Master System pipeline, with the final conversion being handled by old stalwarts US gold. Okay, just give us 2 seconds. I'm going to check how much longer do we have to go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank Christ. We're so close to the end. Okay, we should be able to wrap this up in, like... This will not be a Wahoo stream. Okay. If you're not sure what Road Rash is about, it's another of those illegal racing type affairs. You are a hardened motorbike warrior from hell, no doubt, and you're trying to fill your coffers with the prize money from a series of high-speed chases through the traffic. Just to show how flippin' darn mean you are, you're able to punch your rivals with your mighty fists and smite them with all manner of weapons obtained by, oddly enough, stealing them from other racers. Of course, with a game like this, speed is entirely of the essence, and luckily, UF's goal have gone for pace rather than visual detail. The Master System version of the game is pretty much on a par with the Mega Drive original in terms of speed. Also, the hills and contours of the original are faithfully reproduced, and although the update isn't the smoothest in the world, it's convincing enough. In fact, it covers up for the otherwise rather sparse graphics, with not much in the way of backgrounds to speak of and some sprites a little on the blocky side. In terms of playability, Road Rash is pretty complete. The controls are responsive, which, considering the amount of traffic on the roads and twists on the course, is just as blooming well. The slidey roads, which have been a feature of the Road Rash series throughout history, since times immortal, since the beginning, throughout history are still in evidence, although allowing you to take corners and avoid deaths, although this does make for some rather unconvincing slithery movements. The only major omission from 8-bit Road Rash is the lack of a simultaneous 2-player option. It is, after all, a bit much to ask to have 2 windows running at the same speed at the same time without any slowdown. If you think you could live without this function and don't mind playing on your own, Road Rash is a recommended buy. There are no real competitors on the market, and there's enough high-speed thrills and violence to keep you going for a while. If you're after a 2-player race game, you might be better off going for micro machines. Suddenly climbing up to reset the hours since US Gold mentioned sign. This will not be a Wahoo stream. Streamer, it's Sega Mag UK. And yeah, I don't have my headphones in for the music, so I never get the... I don't know what exactly is playing. But, you know... So, sometimes the Sonic Spinball music's going to show up. Sometimes the Green Dog music appears. I wasn't quite sure if the Master System would be able to handle Road Rash, to be honest, but the team behind this conversion have done a pretty brilliant job. The scrolling is fairly smooth, and the game's speed is surprisingly rapid. Obviously, the loss of a 2-player mode is a bit of a pain, but single, lone, and indeed on their own players should really enjoy this. Not quite a classic, but certainly recommended. It's a bit of a shame that Road Rash didn't make it to the Master System about 2 years ago, when the hype was at its peak, but nevertheless, the 8-bit version still manages to live up to its Mega Drive predecessor very well. Obviously, the graphics are nowhere near as polished, but what's there is well detailed, and the playability does resemble the original Road Rash for the most part. This will please racing fans, and although there isn't a 2-player mode, it's certainly value for money. Sometimes the Green Dog music appears as the most ominous and threatening thing you have ever said. Oh, another Matt Furnace joint. Good. So, the funny thing is, my brother made this music for me, and I gave him, like, all of the attract modes that you hear. And the first draft had the Green Dog music appear 3 times. And I was like, you can't do that. So I had to ask him to remove 2 of them. There could have been more. Well, there's a nice title screen and some intermissions, and a password screen. An exciting scene from the day the Earth stood still. There's a pre-race setup screen. You can start the race or go to the options. What is behind me, I do not care about. Although they don't really look much in the screenshots, everything moves along nicely and conveys quite a good feeling of realism. Not exactly the strong point of the game. This is a bit weedy and ineffectual. Originality, let's face it, Road Rash isn't a spring chicken anymore, but it's sufficiently different from other titles available. Playability, fast moving and easy to get to grips with, although sometimes the sprite flicker can cause play problems. Challenge. It's quite hard, but that's for sure. But once you really know what you're doing, you can zip through all the mid levels. Last ability. Certainly a game you'll return to even once you finished it, if only to get some good lap times. Overall, 84. A solid conversion of a great game, which loses something in translation, but is still very playable. Fortunately, you won't have to face it alone. M2 represent. I wish I liked Road Rash better, but all the tracks just gone for so long, so at some point you kind of end up zoning out. Please eliminate 2. Brother, you know not what you do. Gauntlet aforementioned, yeah. Ren and Stimpy. Wow, they did a full showcase and they only give it a single page, whatever. Ren and Stimpy are the latest cult cartoon to hit these shores in the States. If you've got satellite TV and some taste, then chances are you've already seen them. But this unusual Chihuahua cat pairing are a new experience for UK viewers. However, they're pretty darn huge in the USA, which explains this latest game in a lengthening line of R&S titles. It's a platform affair, in case you haven't guessed, featuring both characters on screen at once in a cooperative adventure. Still, in true Ren and Stimpy fashion, everything they do involves inflicting maximum pain on the other character. Of course, with such hijinks, standard platform game design goes right out the window, in place of a more set-piece based adventure, with a number of individual challenges put before the player. With 2 players on screen at once, it sometimes becomes very difficult to keep up with the other character, whereas they stick to you like Huggy Bear under computer control. Still, at least this adds to the challenge, which is where Ren and Stimpy really falls down. Unless you start on the hardest difficulty setting, you'll breeze through to the end in no time. Ren and Stimpy is certainly packed full of great ideas, but although the graphics are brilliant, there's not much in the way of levels. It will definitely appeal to fans, but everyone else might find it a bit too easy. Alan Partridge, in America. Yeah, this, as is my understanding, level 8 1cc run, Stimpy Mansion. I'm glad that has become the running joke this time. Yeah, like the SNES Ren and Stimpy games in particular are like dire. They are incredibly bad, as is my understanding. Stimpy gives Big Bud Ren a friendly hug. Ren reciprocates the affectionate act by hurling Stimpy somewhere into the middle of next week. Finally, Stimpy follows up with some first-rate chihuahua flinging. The Ren and Stimpy game follows the cartoon's non-conformist approach and showcases a number of original and rather way-out ideas. The sound is also great, with happy happy joy joy samples galore, along with a range of suitable sound effects. The only real problem with Ren and Stimpy is the lack of size and challenge. If you're a Ren and Stimpy fan, you'll certainly get a kick out of this game, but if the license itself doesn't do anything for you, you'd be better off looking elsewhere for your dose of platforms. You rented SNES Ren and Stimpy once, and not much apart from that. I rented this Mega Drive one. Maybe it's just me, but the Ren and Stimpy cartoons failed to get me smiling very much. All the more surprising then that I found the game to be such a laugh. The visual gags and sound effects are quite hilarious, and the madcap levels are fun to get through, especially when using Ren and Stimpy together. However fun as it is in one-player mode, the game really doesn't work in two-player mode, as it's too easy for both players to get separated from each other. Fans of the cartoons will definitely love this, but even those who aren't fans, like me, may find it enjoyable too. Presentation. Lots of shots of the pair, and an amusing intro, plus some options, I don't know what they are. Graphics. Detailed and well-animated sprites with a lot of imagination put into the character design. Sound. The samples from the cartoon are clever, but a bit muffled, but other effects and music are all ace. Originality. Plenty new concepts here, there's more to this than the usual platform shenanigans. Playability. Good controls, plenty of moves to learn, and sharp collision detection. The sheer variety keeps this from getting dull. Challenge. Not very much, to be perfectly honest, unless you start out on the hardest setting. Last ability. You'll still play Ren and Stimpy once you've completed it, if only for the gags. Overall, an original and well-polished game which makes full use of the license, but is unfortunately marred by an all-too-easy difficulty level. Plus some options is just the Game Mag version of bonus features, scene selection and interactive menus on DVD cases. Mystery, yes! Yumemi Mystery Mansion is here. Also, that's the US box title screen. What are you doing? Did Rad write this one? Aye, flee for your lives. It's the hideous pink boudoir of society romance novelist Princess Barbara Cartland. Aye. Haunted houses, ghostly goings-on and spooky night creatures. Sega's latest release, Mystery Mansion, really does seem to have it all. However, rather than being a humorous spookfest, as in zombies or haunting, this game is serious, deadly serious. If you're a fan of Scooby-Doo, you'll have no trouble at all grasping the sinister plot of Mystery Mansion. Two young kids are playing in the woods by their house when they spot a butterfly. They decide to follow it, but soon realise that they are being led to the Forbidden Elm Tree, an area notorious for turning intruders into butterflies. However, instead of being sensible young things and turning back, they decide to pursue the creature some more. They soon stumble across a mysterious mansion that, funnily enough, they've never seen before. What can they do but investigate? Butterflies in horror games moment. If only they knew about System Stack-On. Tiny stamp shot at the title. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. There's only... We're nearly there. I just need to tough it out a little longer. Well, things soon take a turn for the worse as upon entering the house, brother and sister promptly lose each other. As the brother of the pair, it's not long before you realise the terrible fate about to be bestowed upon your little sis. The evil hunter is about to change her, and you too, if you're not careful, into a butterfly forever. To find her, you'll have to thoroughly search the mansion, tracking down clues and talking to the butterflies, ! That inhabit each room. Most of the adventure focuses around digitised graphics, and this definitely adds to the realistic feel of the game. This is coupled with some ace sound effects, which all make for an incredibly eerie atmosphere. Once entering a room, any interesting items can be zoomed in on, and if you find a clue to help you in your adventure, a butterfly usually shows up to explain what it's for. It then gets stashed away in your inventory for use at a later date. This is a brilliant adventure that makes a great change from the usual uninspired Mega CD titles. I thought you were gassing that thing up, come on. The only disappointing aspect is that it's probably a little easy and the adventure is also fairly short. However, it's still great all the same and is well worth checking out, especially if you're a puzzle fan. Oh my, what a lovely key. Deep in the vaults is the terrifying petrified toilet. One of these butterflies. Oh, how lovely they seem. Psst, don't tell anyone, but there's a secret passage in this room. Ooh, it's a spooky secret staircase, how scary. If this game were just a little bigger, it really would be an absolute gem. The graphics are great, the sound is just brilliant, albeit with some incredibly dodgy actors' accents, and there's enough suspense to constantly keep you on the edge of your seat. However, since it's fairly easy, it will take you no time at all to complete, and at around £50 a throw, that's hardly very fair. Saying that though, I enjoyed it immensely, and it's certainly much better than other Mega CD puzzlers such as Night Trap or Sherlock Holmes, okay. Ring the something described as ace bell. Redeem a surgery biscuit to keep streamer going as a treat. Yeah, emergency biscuit or 3. It's okay. We're gonna be fine. Mystery Mansion is one of the best looking CD games going. The attention to detail in each room is truly stunning, and the updates and scrolling are very smooth. The saying graphics don't make the game used to be very popular, but to an extent, Mystery Mansion disproves this, as the atmosphere is what makes the title truly gripping, enhanced as it is by brilliant soundtracks. Unfortunately, Mystery Deadsit would have been a slightly more appropriate moniker, as the house has far too few rooms, making completing the game disappointingly easy. If you're an adventure expert, you won't get much out of this, to be honest, but if your gameplay tendencies lean more towards the no-thought type, Mystery Mansion is a superb piece of software. Did you solve the darts puzzle first time, Rad Automatic? Is that what you're saying? Surgery biscuit sounds like something Rad would write. Hey, got him. Presentation. There's not much in the way of help panels, but then the interface is so user-friendly you won't need them anyway. A little grainy in places, but for the most part the graphics are well detailed and suitably macabre. The sound effects are very realistic, although the actors' voices are fairly corny, and their fake accents are horrendous. Although there have been similar puzzlers on the Mega CD, this takes a more original slant. Then why did you give it 67 then? Playability. Lots of trudging around from room to room, searching for clues. You'll need to be a puzzle fan to get through this. Challenge. This is way too easy, even for younger players. It's also fairly small and will be completed in no time at all. Lastability. Once you've completed it, the only reason you'll return is to laugh at the actors' awful accents. Although this is a brilliantly involving adventure with a great plot, there's just not enough of it to last very long. It's also painstakingly easy, 80%. Okay. Well, it's NBA Jam. I think we all know what this is. Learning to penetrate the defense is fairly easy, but learning how to steal the ball, block shots, and push people over at the right time takes hours of practice. Here we see the destructive effects of a player that's on fire. I'm not reading that caption. That seems like a landmine. I'm not touching it. The coin-op version of NBA Jam was extremely popular, and I can see its appeal as a quick 4-player 30p eater. When you look at the financial outlay of the Mega Drive cart, it loses a certain something. If you've got the 4-player tap and 3 other players, this is absolutely excellent, great fun and very enjoyable. If, however, you're on your own most of the time, the lack of strategy to the game and minuscule tactical scope reduces the long-term appeal considerably. We know not what scribes magazine editors consult to divine their numbered ratings. Try to decipher them is to go mad. Ah, yes, 30p was usually the price for 1 credit for a regular arcade cab at the time. That is correct. Although NBA Jam is visually impressive with some brilliant spot effects, I can't help feeling that it's a little lacking on the gameplay side. For a game that's supposed to be a highly tactical simulation, it's all too easy to simply run from end to end, scoring 2-pointers again and again. Saying that though, the game really comes to life in 4-player mode, and if team games are your thing, this will be a valuable addition to your collection. However, in 1 or 2-player mode, it's very slow, and I doubt whether given even the most die-hard basketball fans would play it for long. Smart! Half-time intermission, a huge selection of teams, and an intelligent password system. Nothing... Originality 27. I mean, the originality thing was always sort of gonna go against the poor sports games. An almost perfect conversion of the coin-op, but you really do need 4 players around to get the most out of it. 94 pumps the adrenaline to overload. Thunderhawk. The power of... What is this? What is this symbol? I know what the power of X is, but what's the power... What's that? I wonder if Tom would love NBA Jam 99. Pick up a skeleton. That's me. It's me as well. That's me right now. That's where I'm at. Eat Zorch ray gun, vile space louse. Visual confirmation of the sinister alien presence here on Earth, and look, they've disguised themselves as deep-sea divers. Yipes, a hideous alien slug. Yipes, a hideous old cowboy. Complete with cutscenes to baddies dying in bad actor vision, and the actorovision. And the sleuth work? Well, occasionally a shootout ends with you acquiring a code number. Get 4 numbers and it's on to level 2 for more basic shooting action. Unfortunately, the simplistic shooting formula wears thin after a while, and although the ham acting and dodgy plot keep the whole thing going, you can't help feeling that there could have been a lot more game to this game. Danny Trejo. Oh, I forgot Danny Trejo's in Ground Zero, Texas. Of the hidden fame. Good. Jeff Keighley needed to decipher that U. Actually, hold on. I need to... hold on. Wait. No. There we go. My fallen angel body is still there. It's just under the hat. Oh wow, they were pretty harsh on this one. Meet your 4 contacts. These field operatives investigate the town, repair your damaged cameras, and, if you don't look after them, provide lunch for the twisted alien scum. Meanwhile, in the cantina, an innocent scene unfolds. "Oh, you saucy poo, take that, smash! Haha, she showed you, yipes, an atomic blaster. Fakum, I will return, earthlings," gurgle. With more and more FMV games being released, the whole gimmick of interacting with a movie no longer impresses me. Motherfuckers, you did an entire feature on it! As much as it used to. Combining elements of Sewer Shark and Night Trap, Ground Zero Texas could have been something great. Sadly, it isn't. What we have here is a very simplistic shoot-'em-up, spiced up by full-motion video. In fact, even the shooting action isn't any great shakes. Trying to weave the slow-moving target around the screen using the joypad is a real pain. Surely it would have made a perfect candidate for the Menacer. On top of this, the sluggish disc accessing breaks up the pace even further. Personally, I'd give this one a miss and go for Sewer Shark, Night Trap, or the rather smart Double Switch instead. Ground Zero Texas really has a lot going for it, on paper at least. It must be said that the plot intermissions, where you're never sure who's going to turn out to be an alien, or whether anyone will, are quite enjoyable. Unfortunately though, the main part of the game is a boring shooting gallery affair, which isn't even light gun compatible. With 2 light guns on the market, producing a Hogan's Alley type title with only joypad controls is idiotic. Wow. It also means that playing the adventure is not only difficult, it's very frustrating too. If there was more story and less faffing about with the cursor, this would have been quite great. As it is, Ground Zero Texas is a dull and pointless affair that will fail to please even the most brain-dead shoot-'em-up addict. Are you an addict to shoot-'em-ups? Sega Magazine is a land of contrasts. Betrayed by Sega Magazine UK. Motherfuckers. There's a good movie feel throughout. A highly ambitious attempt to create a more action-packed interactive movie game. Alas, the result is a limited shoot-'em-up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, there's only 14 pages left. We can do this, we can do this. The latest trend in California fashion is the Camden Town Dosser look. Instead of dolling up to the nines in jams and designer tops, the coolest beach types are trying their hardest to look like someone... Oh, Christ. Rancid writing as usual. Thus, Normie, the eponymous hero of EA's latest outing, is obviously the hippest home chap in the whole state, with his scraggy beard, bloodshot eyes, and matted mane. Indeed, the lengthy cartoon intro to the game explains itself explains how all the beach goddesses in Normie's area have been kidnapped and scattered through time and space for various nefarious purposes, i.e. the sun goddess is being used to top up the tan of a villain in medieval England. What the? They mangled the word medieval there, didn't they? Luckily, Normie never leaves home without his space-time sun cream, and with just a few quick squirts, he transports himself to the space and time where one of the deities is imprisoned. Of course, if you're Californian, all this will probably make perfect sense to you, what with the amount of time you spent baking your brains in the sun and all. Co-designed by the late Keith Robinson, carrier of the Intellivision... Oh, that guy! Thank you for the, no beach, dead inside. Thanks for linking to the, oh, wait, when did... when did Arisu show up? You know what? This improves the stream dramatically. She's staying there. Of course, from here on in, it's platforms all the way. Normie has the usual pick of platform character moves. He can sprint, jump, slide, and use any weapon he happens to have picked up at the very touch of a button. Along the way, our pal has certain mini-objectives to accomplish in order to progress, such as reuniting a kidnapped baby dinosaur with their loving parent to get the lumbering saurian out of your path. It's pretty easy to spot these little escapades, and if you can't, a biplane flies past towing a sign reading "Get a Clue," which is a bit of a giveaway, really. Normie is really played for laughs all the way through. Every enemy has a humorous expression or action in their little repertoire. Normie himself has a large complement of speech bubbles, which he wheels out depending on his situation, and the backgrounds of each level are filled with visual gags, from the Three Stooges worshipping jungle natives, to the now serving signs in hell. Sometimes things get a little bizarre, like the deadly chicken hammer weapon, but it's all in the name of comedy. Yeah, I was like, because that's lazy is like the sort of that was what I generally had the interpretation of it. But as that sentence went on, I was like, oh, I see what they're going for, and I hate it. Hey reader, do you find this picture amusing? In that case, you might like to watch someone play Normie for about 10 minutes. Unfortunately, there just isn't enough joke variety to justify Normie's existence. No, I'm not... In fact, this is where Normie really runs into trouble, as the emphasis seems to have been placed a little too firmly on the jokes, and not quite sufficiently on the actual game. That kind of describes Sega Magazine, doesn't it? It's all very well littering your title with loads of funnies, but you've got to have a game to put them in the first place, not just a bare skeleton of a platform game which has been flogged 1,000 million times before. Also, the controls are unresponsive and the inertia on your character is just plain annoying. Let's be perfectly honest, there are far too many platform games on the market already, and there's just no call for this sort of uninspired drivel. The programmers are probably really funny and entertaining, but unfortunately their game isn't. Ooh, Vic, I've fallen. One of the many catchphrases from Vic Reeves' Big Night Out, thank you. I always feel it's 70-30 as to whether a slang term that seems innocuous enough has the connotations when you go looking. No beach, no future. Rumi's Aberama. I suppose Normie's okay as far as it goes, but that's not the point. The point is, if you spend all your hard-earned cash on a game, you want it to last, or at least please you for a little while. Unfortunately, Normie just about sums up everything in the platform genre without ever taking it further. Sure, it's fun for about 5 minutes, and there's good use of humour, but chances are you will have seen this game about 10 million times before, which renders it pretty useless really, unless you're a massive platform fan. Normie isn't what you could call an especially bad game. Unfortunately, it's just not good enough or original enough to distance itself from the herd of other games just like it. I can see what they were trying to do with all the jokes. Oh, how surprising, Rad. You're on the same wavelength as this game, huh? It's fucking killing me that this game's tag is called that, thanks to having been on the internet for too fucking long. Okay, that does remind me. There's translations of like Love Live fan comics with Johanne, our favorite, the Fallen Angel, where she refers to normal people as normies, which is pretty funny. Rad would use that word had he been born a few generations later. The graphics are pretty good, but the action itself falls somewhat flat. With a bit more thought in the actual game and a bit less jocular messing about, this could have been really good. If you've ever seen a platform game before, you've played Normie, you're not really going to play it all the way through. A nice crack at a good-looking and humorous game stalled by a lack of gameplay. Wow! Wow! Originality 4. Jet Set Willy really has an awful lot to answer for. Jet Set Willy, the creator of all platform games. Wow! Yeah. Normie perfume. Yeah, that's right. She had the Normie perfume. I remember now. Jet Set fucking Willy. Somehow the most out-of-pocket thing in this magnet isn't a slur. I need a minute. I was gonna take Arisu off. No, she stays. I need her here. I need her support. Okay. No, I'm good. I'm normal. Did Rad write this? Reading this is like getting hit in the solar plexus with a hard knuckle. Artists can't leave after a line like that. Yeah, switch to double vision. It's a little known fact that the launch of the Mega CD was tax exempt for Sega, as the format is actually a registered charity. Yes, thanks to full motion video, thousands of otherwise luckless actors have found gainful employment as detectives. Ogres, they mean, from Night Trap. I know that, actually. And sewage workers, giving their flailing careers a much needed boost. Now, though, the fortunes of life's extras are being reversed, starting with the latest FMV title, Double Switch. Since the world learnt of the potentially huge pulling power of top-selling CD titles, top stars have been begging to appear in the latest shoot-em-ups. Double Switch sees the pairing of acting genius Corey Haim, he of the Lost Boys, and top thespian Deborah Harry in the film that no one can quite remember. Actually, whilst it's hardly Hollywood A-list stuff, this is quite a good step for FMV. What isn't such a major departure, though, is the gameplay, which is based firmly on Sega's controversial favourite, Night Trap. The game has the player in control of a number of camcorders situated in various locations around an apartment building. The idea being to trap evil intruders and secure a number of secret door codes. Sound familiar? However, Double Switch flips a whole load of other elements into the mix, so the player has to trap baddies, save residents, and solve a murder all at the same time. This makes it far more action-packed than you'd expect from this sort of puzzly type game, and it also means that you've got to think on your feet. Much of the plot and dialogue is wasted because you can't afford to hang around in only one room for too long. Video drone, Rad, it's an all-timer. I know! What's with fucking dunking on Deborah Harry? She seems nice. Yeah, it's it was originally spelled let's see, They're the bad guys from Night Trap. Yeah, you know. God, what a deeply uncultured watch Videodrome. Right. If you've never bothered getting hold of Night Trap, or you thought the auger trapping extravaganza was good, Double Switch will definitely appeal to you. However, if you're a gamer of limited patience or a confirmed Night Trap hater, give Double Switch a couple of goes before you make up your mind. It scored higher than Mystery Mansion. That probably seems fair. Debbie Harry is cool and does not deserve this slander. True. Be right back, writing long exposés on Rad Automatic about how he's old and fat and old and lame. And did I mention old now? See how he likes it. Is that bit from the Day Today, where they're doing the office, like that guy's training the office people, and they have to criticize each other. And one says, "You're old and you're lonely and you're only two, please. You're hairy and lonely." That was it. They're trying to emulate Viz, would use Shakin' Stevens as the butt of a joke, but far less funny. Oh, auger, a tool with a helical bit for boring holes in wood. Hit Christine. Puts the Mega CD to great use. A smart purchase, yes, for Thinking fans. Are you a fan of Thinking? Wait, 41 for originality. Okay, whatever. The Cinepack allows a larger FMV window than before. Double Switch immediately strikes me as being Night Trap Champion Edition, but that's no bad thing. Keeping up with the pace of the game isn't an easy task, and you really have to learn to keep one eye on the action and one on the map. Often, you don't even have time to hang about and watch the effect of a trap, which is my only real criticism of the game. A lot of effort has gone into providing some sort of plot and dialogue, but unless you want to lose within a very short time, you never really get to see much of this footage. That said, this is an enjoyable exercise in thinking on your feet, recommended for anyone who liked the idea of Night Trap. Are you a fan of thinking? I'm reading Sega Mag UK issue 3. That's answer enough. Waiting for the cat doctor. I see Arasu has arrived. Hello. Oh yeah, she showed up pretty fucking quickly. Oh, we've seen some shit tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god, 9, 10. We're so close. Oh. Okay, right, let's keep going. Andrew Lloyd Webber's got a lot to answer for. They've used that a few times now. If it weren't for Starlight Express, the current trend for inline skates or rollerblades would never have got off the ground. Correspondingly, the American craze for the dangerous road racing sport known as skitching simply wouldn't exist. Skitching is presented in the familiar road rash style, where you see the back of the player's character speeding down the road. The familiar tactics of thumping the opposition are also in evidence. However, instead of manoeuvring yourself around several twisty-turny courses, all the competitors travel at pretty much the same speed, and the only way to overtake someone is to grab onto the back of a passing car and use the slipstream to hurl yourself past rivals. Blah, blah, Rock of Ramps, no doubt placed there by the Caring AA, the Automobile Association, which supply extra payola at the end of the race if you fancy trying a few stunt jumps off them. Graphics aren't as polished as you would expect, but a sprite flicker here and there, and a surprising sameness between all the characters. While the initial premise of the title isn't breaking any barriers, the implementation is pretty fresh. Once you get the hang of skitching and you start winning races, the action really speeds up, and the increasing number of obstacles makes it a full-blown adrenaline fest. If you haven't already got one of the Road Rash series, or if you're an enormous fan, this is worth a look. Then again, if one Road Rash is enough for you, look elsewhere. Blimey, what a happening, chap. Almost 10 years ago, maybe. Ooh, look, a lucky penny. Find a penny, pick it up, and all day long you'll have good luck. Tee-hee. David Copperfield attempts another of his amazing tricks. This time it's floating over New York. What can we say here other than intriguing skitching action ahoy? You have to tap out. Think about me. I'm joking. You have a nice weekend, Electric Boogaloo. Take care. Feels like any future Sega Magazine read-alongs are just going to be a start to Odyssey test. If we do issue 4, I think we should just start with Arisu and the pout emote engaged from the get-go. People were making Champion Edition jokes back then. Road Rash rides again in a new rollerblading guise. However, at least there are new elements to the game rather than simply updating the old title again and again. Getting used to the new techniques you need to master is surprisingly good fun, and the game really picks up once you know what you're doing. If you're a real Road Rash fan, this will certainly appeal to you, but if you really can't be doing with what pretty much amounts to Road Rash 3, I shouldn't bother. I don't think they really got it, because I know that this game's pretty beloved. Not exactly a wild departure for EA, but a highly enjoyable game nonetheless. It seems like really difficult. It seems really different from Road Rash. I don't know what they're talking about. Oh my, it is indeed playable. That's how I'm going to open reviews now. Yeah, some of the caps, you see, this is how you do funny. You know, it's not punching down. This is kind of alright. The captions. Yeah, the review could have been worse. Oh boy, I had the Master System version of Aladdin at some point. If you are hoping for an 8-bit conversion of the Mega Drive platformer, you're going to be disappointed, because this is an all-new, all-singing, all-dancing platform extravaganza. Blah blah blah, most film licenses tend not to follow the plot of their namesake movies. Aladdin certainly can't be accused of this, because throughout the game there are plenty of graphically brilliant plot interludes recounting scenes from the movie. Unfortunately though, these intermissions tend to go on for a bit too long and outweigh the platforming action. Although it's graphically brilliant and highly atmospheric game, though captures the feel of the movie quite well. As platform games go, this isn't one of the best you can get for your Master System. All's well that damn it, all's well that ends well. Just like Tails. Aladdin strikes me as being an almost perfect license, which should have made a great game. However, it didn't. Aladdin is one of the most tedious platform games the Master System has ever seen. Yes, the animation is absolutely superb, but you really don't need to see the entire film played out between levels. Reading all the text to each single screen is very boring. Once you do chance upon a level, there's never anything to it, and it's all very much on the dull side. Rad refuses to skip a single cutscene in his life. My Skitchin t-shirt answers all Skitchin related questions. I'm glad that we have at least one Skitchin sicko in our chat. It's another beat 'em up, just like Eternal Champions, out now at every shop that ever opened. Not very original at all. Too much presentation and not enough excitement. Aladdin is an average platformer at best. Oh shit, this is the Mega Drive version. Damn. Was it really this late? I guess it was. Ah, there's Luke Skywalker. Just 6 more pages to go. Oh god. With the pantomime season well and truly over, all the ugly sisters have returned to their day jobs on popular sitcoms and daytime soaps. Not so with the evil Jafar, advisor to the Sultan of Persia. You can't keep a good villain down, and after a successful stint in Disney's Aladdin, he was flooded with calls from the pantomime criminal underworld to continue his reign of merciless terror. Whoops. Hello? Who can stop him? Stefan Dennis? Jonathan Morris from Bread? No, this is a job for the Prince of Persia, now performing on the Mega Drive. Prince of Persia isn't exactly a new game. In fact, it's been on just about every computer and console around, except bizarrely the Mega Drive. You see, is the blah blah blah. 12 levels of platform action, but this isn't a game like Sonic or even Disney's Aladdin. There aren't any rings to collect or comedy camels to leap on. No sir, this is a serious platform game where you have to work out the route through each level whilst carefully leaping from platform to platform. The first dungeon level, where you have to find your sword and get out, is a pretty simple affair and gives you a chance to get to grips with the hair trigger controls. However, as you progress, the challenge really picks up on as you battle guards and skeletons, negotiate chomping blades, and even come face to face with your own doppelganger. Some of the tasks are quite daunting, such as leaping across a series of narrow ledges suspended above spike-filled pits before jumping across a huge chasm and catching onto a closing doorway by your fingertips. And that's just level 1! Really? There's more stuff in the European version? That's odd. When it was first released back on home computer formats in 1990, Prince of Persia was a big hit mainly because of its state-of-the-art animation and highly addictive gameplay. With the exception of improved backdrops, the Mega Drive version is basically an identical conversion. Unfortunately though, the once stunning animation isn't quite as impressive as it used to be, and the game does look sorely dated. However, the gameplay still remains fun and addictive. If you've played Prince of Persia before, you won't find anything new in this version, but if you've always wanted to give the game a crack, then this is your chance to do it on the Mega Drive. This may have been a great game over 3 years ago, but it's really beginning to show its age now. Okay, it's fun to play, just about, but the controls are far too fiddly and the gameplay is too rigid. Plus you'd also think that since it's over 3 years old, Domark would have updated the graphics a bit, especially on level 3. If you're desperate to play a platform puzzler, there are much better titles on the market. Being a big fan of Prince of Persia, I've been waiting ages for the Mega Drive version. Now, having seen it, I've got mixed feelings about the game. Yes, it is still fun to play, and it's certainly much better than the Mega CD version. Oh, interesting. But it's just such an old game. If they'd brought the game up to date with smarter animation, better graphics, bearable sound, and more levels, it would be great. But as it stands, there are far superior games of this type available for the Mega Drive. The Mega CD one's the one that has the anime intro, right? I mean, sorry, the manga style intro. Sanai laments that Prince of Persia can't be that old. Prince of Persia's pretty new. There are a few... What? There are a few stot effects, and the god-awful music is enough to drive you up the wall. Naff strites that they move well. What did they mean by this? Stot effects? Yeah, I guess that's what they meant. A fun and challenging platformer that doesn't quite match today's standards. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, what else is there on the Mega Drive that's like a cinematic platformer? I think at this point, Flashback's all you got. Are we up to 8 uses of Smart? That makes sense. Mega CD version has issues. Interesting. Oh, yeah. No, there is a... Yeah, Another World is also on Mega Drive. That's right. But that's it. I can't really think of anything else. Micro Machines is one of the best-selling Mega Drive games ever, and so it should be because it's great. Now, however, it makes its transition back to its original 8-bit roots. Can it survive further miniaturization? Oh, the helicopters are missing. Okay. There's actually more to 8-bit Micro Machines than the Mega Drive title, at least on the options front. The 2-player head-to-head race now has a 1-player version, and on the Game Gear there's an option to have a 2-player game on the same console. This is about as good a conversion as you could expect onto the smaller Segas. Most of the speed of the original is intact, and the events all handled in just about the same way. Although it must be said the Warriors are on a little bit on the slidey side. This is still a very highly recommended purchase, and it's probably just about the best Game Gear game yet written, being absolutely perfect for portable play. However, if you're thinking of supplementing your existing Mega Drive copy with a carry-around version, you may just be a little disappointed in the comparative lack of polish. Styder is the best character, excelling in all events, whilst Walter is the absolute dregs and cannot race for toffee. So I think they have the same review text for both versions, but they have different summaries. I absolutely love Mega Drive Micro Machines, and I'm happy to say that it's made the transition to Sega's 8-bit consoles with flying colours. Admittedly, the action isn't as fast and furious, but it's still just about the best 2-player challenge you could hope for. Oh, and the secret game Squinky Tennis is brilliant fun too. 8-bit owners, you've just got to get Micro Machines. It's sometimes quite difficult to believe my continued enthusiasm for Micro Machines, but it's quite difficult to believe your continued employment, quite frankly. But having had an excuse to play all day long, all over again, I certainly feel it's justified. In 1-player mode, Micro Machines is addictive and challenging enough to last single players ages, and it really comes into its own with 2 players. This is probably the most wholesome, squeaky clean fun you can have with a Sega. David X Newtown did breakdowns of all the versions of Prince of Persia. Ooh, interesting. You know, no, feel free to put the link in. I don't mind. Incorrect. Flicky is still the most wholesome Sega fan. I think that if we go back, let's. If you're desperate to play a platform puzzler, they were quite specific. There are much better titles on the market. Oh my god, we're nearly done. We're nearly done. Even if you do, one of those classic games that every home should have. They gave the Game Gear an extra point for Squinky Tennis. NBA Jam Kit, absolutely free. Includes tip sheet, stickers, pennant, and badge. Wow. Jam it home. That's vaguely rude. Street date, March 4th. Sonic 3. We reviewed this last issue, and boy is it ever good. In fact, is it ever great? Actually, is it ever the best thing to happen to platform games in the whole of history? Sonic 3 really has to be something special to warrant owners of the first two games buying it, and Team Sonic, nice, have indeed delivered. Graphically, Sonic 3 is phenomenal. The sprites are very detailed and colourful, and the backgrounds are some of the best yet seen on any game of this ilk. The sound is also very impressive, big booming soundtracks and rather lovely effects adding to a lot to the atmosphere. On the playability front, Sonic 3 adheres to the usual rules of a Sonic game. It's fast moving with loads to do, and no task which, once you've worked out how to do it, takes too long to carry out. However, the programmers of Sonic 3 have vastly expanded the size and range of each level, packing every stage out with challenges and bonuses. Whilst this isn't any bigger than the other Sonics, if you're just going to run through to the end, and completing the game with all the Chaos Emeralds is pretty hard and means you have to explore every part of every sprawling stage. Sonic 3 is just about the best platform game on any format bar none. Team Sonic, after pages and pages of trying to tell us it was STI. Sonic 3 is the best platform ever. Give it a couple of years, lads. Klonoa is coming. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the POP link. This, blah, blah, blah. Mean Bean Machine isn't exactly the most original of puzzle games, but the Game Gear version has enough features and playability to make it worth a go. It's certainly very addictive, and the password system means it's perfect for taking on journeys and all that stuff you do with a portable console. Still just as addictive and enjoyable as it was at first sight. Still remains unbeaten with all the Chaos Emeralds collected. If you're buying a game this month, this is the cart you should go home with. Make a commitment. This is the Dracula Unleashed is the sort of thing that gives the Mega CD a good name. Not since Crossroads have any paid actors been so unconvincing, yet so laden with genius. Ever wondered what it would be like to get a big punch in the face from a major league heavyweight? Well, you could always go... Nope, 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 nope. Buggy Run, please be normal. Buggy Run is an overhead racer in the mould of Codemasters Micro Machines reviewed this issue. You play an intrepid buggy racer on a mission to race buggies around the world. The idea is to use your skill and nitro boosting abilities to complete a set number of each isometrically viewed track before your rivals do. Added to this standard race option is a battle mode, where you're placed on an island surrounded by lava and you have to ram all the other cars off the edge to their doom, without copying it yourself. It all sounds jolly exciting, doesn't it? Well, sorry there, but Buggy Run is actually a bit on the dull side. It isn't a terrible game, and the battle mode can be quite a laugh, but it's sadly overshadowed by Micro Machines. Anyone thinking of buying this should just wait until next month when the Codemasters title hits the streets. Long-term comments, hasn't exactly improved with age. Next month, issue 4 of Sega Magazine is going to be stunning. If the game's finished, we'll have the exclusive review of Streets of Rage 3. Full review and showcase of Subterranea, blah. Feature on Treasure, ooh. Interesting. 5 Mega Drive games for under £50, all proceeds go to charity. Now there's a fucking... there's a fucking dundle for your ass. Oh yeah, Buggy Run officially rated 69%. All that stuff you can do with a portable console. Objects I've shoved up my arse guy has entered the chat. Mean Bean appears to be nothing more than a rip-off of an obscure Japan-only title, Idge Dick Idge Dick. You know what? I would say 3 out of 5. I think Krusty Super Fun House is pretty alright. And the money goes to Childline, previously featured in Kid Chameleon. A spine-tingling, blood-curdling, 6th-level living nightmare from hell. Also, prototype screenshots, let's go. Oh, thank Christ, we're done. We're done. I'm out. I'm out.
Any minute now, and it's gonna be
Thank
Chomp
you,
City.
Clyde.
Clyde? Not now. I'm getting ready to chomp pack.
But Clyde, there's something I think you ought to know.
Casey been running a
What
dodgy gig to
is
fuel
it?
his gaming
I think
habits.
he's getting ready to chomp us. Hey, Pepper. I think I just bought
A
that
feature on
dog.
Treasure. Ooh. Written by Rad Automatic. Ooh. Hopefully. Hi, Straw Pros. Oh yeah, we have officially, well, the thing is, you made it just under the Wahoo wire. Yeah, like 10 minutes get lopped off. So unless I talk for like 15 minutes, this is not a Wahoo stream. Thanks for the smart stream. I think there's another Sega Magazine coming. Oh, Jesus. I've never been so happy to not go to Chomp City. Thanks for showing up, everyone. I'm so sorry. That started unhinged and just got worse. To be fair, I think they saved it in the second half. There were less parts that I had to stop reading in the second half. But it got rough. Thanks for stream. I'm even more mentally unwell now. Can't wait for issue 4. Oh god, I kind of have to do issue 4 next week, don't I? Streamer, what do you think is the best version of the New Zealand story? I'd go to your site, but I can't read. First half contained the most objectionable material. No. I think you were right. They're getting better. It's like 3 steps forward, 2 back, but it's something. Nah, don't worry about it, the opponent. It's I was a bit blindsided by it too. So I hope that you know, with Sega Magazine, you don't know what you're really gonna get. Maybe they fire Rad, or maybe he's a nepo baby and they just can't get rid of him, like they've been trying to. They've been trying to undermine him, but they can't. He can wait a couple of months. Hopefully the mic is not picking up my my stomach rumbling. I'm hungry. Thank you all so much for showing up and sticking around amazingly. Come back, Jazz, come back. I too am hoping for slightly less slurs. Oh boy. Oh my god. Go eat and rest. I will. I feel that we needed a bit of levity, and I think we have achieved that goal, because Sega Magazine is truly a gift that keeps on giving. They gave Time Gal 2 stars. I just want to talk. We watched Fox Hunt the Game, the movie at Retro Pals last night. So for some of us, it's been back-to-back nights of unlikable protagonists. Does that still have the scene with first you fly and then you die? Now with 10% slurs was a selling point back then. Oh boy. I miss Jazz. Come back. We need him more than ever. It had that and much more. Now with Fox Hunt, that is a threat. That is absolutely a threat. Okay, right. Thanks again for showing up. Next stream, I have no idea. He'd fled to the USA, never to return. Now, not next week, but the week after, I'm looking after this creature again. So we'll have streams as normal next week, but the week after, probably not. I have no idea what I'm streaming. Behold her. She's just being very normal here. Her name is Alice. She has just the one brain cell. It's fine. So I don't know what we're streaming next week. Maybe I'll stream some arcade games. Love to see a creature, a perfect specimen. True. Cat-like object, la creatura. All of these are correct. So I have no idea what we're streaming next week. Absolutely no idea. I think we might do arcade games. Maybe we'll go back to Data East. I need something. I need something to recenter myself after Sega Magazine issue number 3. On that note, let's see. Is there anyone? Surely there's no one still streaming now. Let's have a quick look. Nah, I'm good. I think after that, maybe you all need to rest. Return to normality with Trio the Punch. The only cure for Rad Automatic is Data East. So you know what? We'll just leave it there. So you all take care, everyone. Thanks for the bits and showing up. You all take care and have a lovely day. Bye bye.